OG wants to know. I know the white man ain't late, is he? It was funny. I enjoyed it. Let's get right back into it. So, the question. Do you remember the question? You remember your answer?
I do. Yeah, I do.
Let's get right back into
it. My answer is that we're already on the same team. The only thing that makes us not on the same team is you thinking we're not on the same team. But we're on the same team.
Yeah, but you got, there's a difference between the motherfuckers who line up on the field and the one who just sit on the bench. And what I'm trying to do is get us off the bench. The difference
isn't there. I'm saying the only reason it's there is because you're putting it there.
No. This was drawn up way before me, and it had something to do with the complexion of your complexion than mine. Okay, so let's just be honest with it. All right. For every action, there will have to be a reaction. Would you agree to
that? Sure.
Okay, so if every action there's a reaction, we're the only people here, right here as a mass, who didn't volunteer to come here. So from that action, there is a reaction. And so that's why a lot of us don't believe that we're in the same ballpark, but we the water boy. If I could just jump in and we're the water boy, we on the bench. Some of us not even been drafted, okay?
We were all born here, right? You and I, everyone on this panel was born here. We're on the same team. Us people on this panel living now, we're on the same team. The only thing that's stopping us from being on the same team is because you have decided to not allow it.
That's wait. And this is where.
I'm so glad you say this.
This is where when you start putting on the backpack, the person who does the crime blames the victim, and you get the wait. You, not you as a whole. You know I'm not talking about you as a whole. So don't even go down that fucking wormhole with me, okay? You know I'm not talking about you personally, okay? You in this shit just as much as I'm in this shit. It was laid before me. Okay, listen. It was laid before me and you. That don't mean that it don't have the results that it has. So let's don't play that bullshit, okay? Don't play that bullshit with me, okay? So what I'm trying to say is, you wouldn't say the same thing to a woman who's been in an abusive relationship for 15 years. You should be able to go out there and find you another boyfriend or a husband right off without going and getting some treatment for herself to understand what have happened to herself. And I don't give a fuck if it took 400 years for this shit to happen. You wanted to stop in 60 years, 70 years, 80 years. Jim Crow didn't stop to goddamn, when did Jim Crow stop? In the 1970s.
It's still going on right here.
It's still going on. Red line and all kinds of shit. So don't act as if, if your team player, you play for the Lakers, if your team player do something fucked up, the whole team is accountable for what that one player did. Wouldn't you say that? They look at the whole team. No, I ain't say for no. Wait. I just did the math for you, unlikely. So please sit down on the bench for a minute, okay? I just told you, goddammit, you can't do something for 15 years to a woman, and then all of a sudden you go put her in a relationship after 3 months of fucking medical intervention. You can't. Wait. Look. When let's don't talk about slavery. Let's talk about something else. When was Hitler doing what he was doing?
What's that?
What year was that?
That what?
When the Nazis took over and started persecuting the Jews and blacks
30 something.
Okay, in 2025, nations are still paying for what Hitler did in 1930.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Not only have they paying, you and I are paying,
it's absurd.
It might be absurd, but you seen the growth in that nation due to the fact that the whole world came in and supported what was done wrong.
It's a proxy state.
I don't care about the state. I'm talking about the state of the mind of the people. And that's what you got to understand. Just giving somebody a big house, some land and stuff like that, if you really look up the word reparation, you'll understand you're trying to fix something and put it back in its original, what it was from the beginning. That's what reparation is all about. And you can't tell me that, I hear white people say welfare. Welfare was done for white people to keep the family together. It was only to separate the black family when we was able to get it. So let's just be honest with this shit. No, you didn't have nothing to do with this. I didn't have nothing to do with this. But this is the goddamn house that we are in.
And you're still every bit a victim of it.
I'm not a victim, I'm a survivor. Get it straight.
So how much time do you need to work on yourself before you
how much time it will take?
Mm-hmm. So I'm not going to change your mind. I'm not even trying to change your mind.
You wouldn't be able to change.
Let me finish. I let you go on your rant.
Go.
All I'm trying to point out is that the racial division that you're pointing out right now for us, the only reason it's there is because you're deciding it's there.
Okay. So right now, I told you from the beginning, the only power a man or a woman has is how they react to it. That's number one.
Okay.
I have nothing to react to if it's unfair from the beginning. If it's fair, I will react in one way. If it's unfair, I'm going to react in another way. And just because I bring to the table information that it has effect on me in your life. Mm-hmm. Don't just say that I can wake up and say, oh, everything is beautiful. We go sing Kumbaya and then act as if it's not there. Whenever have any problem been solved when you're acting as if it don't exist?
What is, in our current situation, you and me right now, what is the disadvantage that you are at?
The disadvantage of me and you at right now is no disadvantage because we are having a conversation and you can't shoot me through the screen and I can't shoot you through the screen. But when we get off this fucking screen and we go out in the real world, then you ask me that question then.
What would we see in the real world?
In the real world, I would have to tell all four of my sons, when you're pulled over by a police officer, there are certain things you got to do that other races really don't have to do. And that's not to say that it don't happen to white races too, because white races get killed just as more than black races. But I'm telling you, when it comes down to my son, if I don't give him that information, I'm not being a good parent. I'm sending him out in the world with an understanding that he's just, everything is fair and equal. I'm telling him put his hands on the steering wheel, roll his goddamn window down, and be courteous.
And turn the dome light on. And that's exactly what we tell our kids.
No. I'm telling you, you might tell your kids in certain parts of your community, and I will absolutely agree with you. But it's not one of the prime things that you have to tell a white male versus a black male.
I actually don't have to tell my kids that because my daughter was at the house when I got raided by the police.
Right.
That was that because of racism?
What I'm trying to say is there are things that's going to naturally happen, and then this is the way you explain this. There's certain things going to happen in a marriage that every marriage probably have to go through one time or another.
Did your kids get to experience cops, like SWAT teams, coming in the house with ARs, throwing them out of the way?
Yeah, because of their father, what he's been involved in. So they got to see a lot of things that you probably wouldn't understand. I do understand it. I can't fly. I'm actually surprised I still can't fly. I still can't fly. All right. So what I'm saying is, I stand on the ground that I stand on. I go in mayors meetings. I go into meetings all over this city. I'm very out front. What I speak. I don't change my language just because of the demographics that I'm dealing with, because I deal with truth. And there's a problem, I think, that a lot of us don't. I understand white people. Hell, I'm from North Carolina. I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina. I have seen white people mistreated. You understand? What I'm saying is these elite people don't give a fuck about none of us. They keep us fighting, but we can't act as if these buttons not been pushing and you are part of the trickle-down effect that Reagan was talking about.
We just went over the same experiences. We're sitting here on the same platform, the same devices, on the same day, talking face to face. We both had the same cop experiences. I'm still waiting to see where your big disadvantage is at.
Your disadvantage is what you don't understand is I can go with a suit and tie and going into the bank, and you can go with your plaid shirt and a fucking hunting rifle on, and you probably get along before I would.
No, because my credit's shit.
Well, that was beat you on the spot because you had advantage and you should have took care of them. What I'm saying is, no. This is what I'm trying to say is, that's why I gave you the marriage thing from the beginning. It's not that we as human beings are not going to have some of the same experience, but for you to sit up and deny that the melanin in my skin in America don't play a part of it.
I didn't do that. That's not what I was saying. My point was that we, the American people, are one team.
I didn't say that. I didn't say we wasn't. What I'm saying is when we come there to play the sport, we got to know what team we are on. But in the big picture scheme of things, I say you had the NFL. I say that you had the baseball league. I say we all are one whole organization. But we got to speak on what's unfair. We got to speak on it.
Sure. What's unfair?
I think I have already given it to you just a little snippet. And you as, look, I consider you.
Did you have to tell your son to be scared of cops?
No, I didn't. Wait a minute. I didn't have to tell my son to be scared of cops because his dad boxed for the PAL, the cop boxing team. But even though he seen the cops that was there in the training, was there at the gym, and took his dad home and took him home when he played football for the PAL, he know that was not the regular cops who was on the street, who didn't have his best interest, who came there getting a uniform because they probably couldn't make it in sports, probably wasn't the top of their class, and had some revenge, and he's going to use the color tone of his skin to make himself a hero. That's what my son seen. They seen both sides. So I'm not one of these ones who go out here and bang on and say cops are this and cops are that and this and that and racist. No, I'm not one of them. I just look at things the way they are and I don't make excuses for them. The only way you can change things in life, you got to first acknowledge that you have a problem. To say that you don't have a problem and knowing you have a problem and seeing a problem, that's denial. And that's one of the first things you do when you're on drugs, alcohol, or anything else. You got to own it first. That's the only way you can fix it. And for us to go around and act like we don't have these problems in America, and it's only because it's an idea in our head, and there's no physical or any other forces is making it happen, we are being delusional.
Okay, so then let's say that we acknowledge a problem. Then the next step is to do something about it. So what's the next step?
The next step is to make people understand, like I said earlier, we all been touched. So when we understand,
this is just problem admiration.
Okay, no, what I'm just saying is we all been touched. Once you find out where you've been touched, how do you build from there? Some of us need some medical attention. I'm gonna tell you that straight off. Some of us need some medical attention. Some of us gonna have to revamp the way we're educated. Okay, and it's not for me to come on your side and try to tell your people what they should be doing and what they should not do. That's your job. Wait a minute. That's your job.
I disagree. I disagree with that because I still consider us on the same team.
No, I understand.
You got a fucking problem.
But I'm saying there's other white people out there who are working real hard to make you see the whole picture, not just where you stay as an individual. There's white people have been out there ever since friend of the slaves up to the day who speaks totally different than you. They understand. And when I say they understand it, I'm not saying you're wrong or right, but what I'm saying, they understand it different from you. And you got to be open to that too, because maybe there are things you don't see, as you were saying earlier, likely don't understand about white people. There might be things you don't understand because you're not in my shoes and I'm not in your shoes. But for you to tell me that I'm having this victim mentality because I'm telling you things are actually happening, that's where the real problem comes in.
The problem is that I'm not giving the problem enough admiration.
I don't think you are sensitive to, like some people tell me, and I'm just being honest about myself. When people die, I feel different. I feel the rejoice in the person's life versus going to some sad ceremony. And they think I'm they think I'm disrespectful and anything. I had 2 sisters that died last year. I didn't go to their funeral because I wanted to remember them the way I wanted to remember them, not some made up person in the casket who don't look like themselves. So now my family
with that.
So now my family is starting to understand that it's not that I'm not sensitive towards that. I just look at things a little different, and that's what I'm telling you about yourself. It's not that you might not be sensitive to what I'm saying. You just look at it a little different from your own experiences.
Sure, I have no problem with that. I'm with you there.
That's all I've been trying to say. I'm not trying to bash the white man across the head. I'm just trying to bash evil across the head, because anytime that any person think they're better than someone else, that is purely evil, because God don't make junk. Allah don't make junk. Buddha don't make junk. The Christians don't make junk. We all start off in that same creativity in the womb. It's only when we come out, the universe don't reject us. It's people reject us. And that's what's the unbalance in this world, when we sit around and we are in denial, or we just not really getting a real full of something because we're not experiencing, and we might be experiencing the same thing as the other person. But it's like what I'm going to say right now, and you will understand what I'm saying. I have heard the Klan say the same thing that the Minister Farrakhan have said about black people. But one was said in love and one was said in hate. And you got to be able to determine which one it is you're listening to.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I don't think I caught the point there, but that's okay.
And also, Flo, I don't know if you want to drop the link. A couple of people from your chat, they want to hit the link.
Yeah. 1 second, doing that right now.
Yeah, so we got quite a few people. We almost had 200 in the building collectively. Make sure you show some support to your respective host. Hit that like button, hit that share button, and if you can, send 99 cents to whoever you'd like to send it to. You got 2 people hosting the show, so there you go. So people been asking for the link. There we go. This is how we got to build up our media. This is how we got to have a conversation. It is what it is, because there's no other place. It ain't too many other places where we can have these conversations with people that we don't know and get different world views. I mean, just what it is. Okay, I got you.
And I totally agree with you, by the way, on the funeral thing. 1000%.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get back to regular conversation. Welcome to the show, the 10th man. Good day. We also got Hotspot Casino. What's your thoughts?
Nice to meet everybody. What's up, Flo?
What's going on?
Good evening.
So I've only been listening for a few minutes. Are we having the age-old discussion that black people have it less chances in society? Is that what we're discussing, Flo?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
That's about how long I've been streaming for. I mean, originally we were discussing, well, kind of been all over the place, but teams. And I think that America, the American people, American culture is just exactly that. And that we all share the same culture, the same, we're all in it. So I don't think that race is as significant a factor as obviously OG thinks it is. So.
All right, then. So then I have a question. People on panel then. what do you think is more significant as to whether or not you get treated fairly in society?
It's money.
Your race, or how much money you have.
Mm-hmm. And that was my point. Is I think that it's that classism is underlying everything.
So I don't even remember the comment. Sorry.
So it seems like I do get the point that we see some rich black folks, but we understand that they would get their asses whipped just as quick as the poor black man. So we've seen in plenty of situations where it was lawyers that get beat up, locked up, and treated like a poor black person. So I would not say that we could just act like race doesn't play a factor in this country at the same time.
Okay, see, it's too broad to narrow down to one thing. But I'll say this, and I know the new guy, the people who don't know me up here, I've been doing this for a real long time, and I watch a lot of videos, and just the videos I remember of the tens of thousands of police interaction videos, you're more likely to get shot as a white man.
We said that.
No problem. Okay.
We said that.
You say that to say.
But I did have a discussion earlier with a lawyer. Flo was there, where I don't know if he even realized what he admitted. But I said 80% of people in jail were innocent, and then he said no, it's closer to 20. The lawyer saying
20%. So all right. So we move from.
That's a lot. No. Just hold on. I'll land it. Hold on 1 second. So. He admitted, then right after he said that, he goes, well, it's all based on how much money you have.
On why you in jail?
On whether you stay there.
Okay, so I think everybody can agree with that. That's a good portion of why you in there is the what kind of law you have and how can you fight that judge and the law, right? So if you're going to be a criminal, you need some money behind it so you can stay your ass out of jail. I don't think nobody disagrees with that portion of it. However, when we take out the money part and we just go with everybody that's public defendants that get that white people and black folks with the same exact case, the black person is going to get more time. And that's just been proven. That's all.
So my question would be,
and that's the truth.
I have two questions for that. One, how do you know what's motivated by what? And two, if you get past question one and you can accurately identify what is actually a measurable or a problem, then what do you do with it?
So I mean, the only thing sure.
Okay. And see, this is great studies all over this country. You can see, I think we're talking about two different things, and really we are, because you have the initial thing and then you have the thing afterwards. Okay. I can initially be stopped by the police officer and you think I'm just another Negro. And then he found out I'm rich, and then his tone changed, but he still might push further charges due to the fact he know he stopped me wrong in the first place. And I'm able to get lawyers because I'm financial strapped. I'm able to get lawyers who can go in and petition the court that he shouldn't have stopped me in the first place. Now, there's been cases and cases of, not cases, but there's been studies by the FBI and all other agents who shows you that just driving by black, even though you might not get roughed up, you might not get thrown in jail, that they've been stopping black people toward versus white people. Now, when you started using the argument that more white people are being shot, well, I can use that same argument. There's more white people on welfare than black people. And that's due to the numbers of white people in this country. So we can go into this number game all we want to, but when we start to look at it under the microscope, we can see for what it is.
And, okay, I'll just concede the point. But everybody experiences crooked cops, police abuse, all that shit. Everybody experiences that. So while we're squabbling about whether or not you have it worse, what we're not doing is addressing the problem that we both share in common because we're on the same fucking team.
But we are. It's just like I told you, the Klan says, black people are lazy. And then Minister Farrakhan say, black people have gotten lazy and dependent on everybody, and you need to lift yourself up by bootstrap. Now, if you listen to it from the Klan and you're a black person, you're not going to accept it because you know it's coming from hate. You listen to it from Minister Farrakhan, you know it's coming for the dedication of his life. It's coming from love. And what I'm saying is, if I can catch that crooked-ass cop on the end who's judging me because of complexion of my skin, regardless of that, it's going to help you any goddamn way, because that's going to be the same cop to come in your house and beat your ass too.
And I just think that it is okay for us to understand that in reality is only one race. We understand that in reality. However, when we dealing with the way how this country has been moving in its history, that we still have a long way to go to where they are treating everybody as we are one race.
Yeah, I mean, people will never be treated equally, and everybody who interacts with a cop or the courts is going to leave there feeling like they got treated unfairly. It is just the nature of that interaction. My question would be not, is it a thing, but what can we do with it? Right? Like, you can be totally right, but I don't give a shit to admire your problem with you. If there's a way to solve your problem, then that's of interest to me. But I have I don't care about admiring the problem.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, there's been a tradition in this country ever since dogs were sicked on people to bite their scrotum, bite women breasts out, water holes and all. There's been a constant fight against black people who want Martin Luther King. If you really look at his message just wasn't for black people. It was for humanity. And if I can call out wrongs, regardless of you getting treated wrong one way and I'm getting treated another way or whatever, anytime we can correct that could be saving you from being treated unfair yourself. So I do agree with you on that, but I'm just saying is, if we all come to the table and act like it's not a problem, you're not willing to work with me because the black thing is throwing you off, which is going to help you in the end.
I'm not willing to sit around and just admire the problem with you. I'm trying to get you to the next step.
Well, we've been working with, that's what I'm saying. If you look at some of the hardest working people as far as getting equality in this country, you cannot say there's anything close as anyone close to us as black people have been on that front line.
Okay, so what you're telling me is we cannot move into the next step until I've spent enough time admiring the problem with you.
No, I'm telling you, still don't mind the problem with me. Once I bring it to you, you can go on your side and explain it the way you need to explain it. I'm explaining it on this side, and then we can get the think tank together, people who are much smarter than me and you, who can bring both sides together. I'm saying is you got to build with the foundation from the beginning. I don't want you to admire shit about me getting my ass whooped. What I want you to do, to understand, if I got my ass whooped today, might be the same cop coming in your house because you're having a bad day and the wife didn't give a none, and whoop your ass too. We want to get rid of the crooked cop.
I hate this type of discussion because it's never gonna go anywhere. I've had this discussion dozens of times. Yeah, Joe Cool and I used to have shows numerous. He would ask me to do it, and it'd be like, "Is racism real?" And we would try to figure out, does racism even exist? And this is what I'll say, because Eric Adams, I had to listen to him blather on for years about how a sanctuary city is a great thing and we're going to accept all the people in. Then as soon as it became inconvenient, now he's right the exact opposite. Get those immigrants out of here. So that's a black man. So stop making it about race.
Okay,
so it has nothing to do with race. It has to do with, are you an advantage to me or no when it comes to rich people?
You got to understand.
The problem is that the immigrant situation doesn't have anything to do with race, right? So,
I think it has exactly to do with race.
Okay, so let me answer. Can I answer his question though, Sarah? Go ahead. You can go ahead, but I want to answer his question right quick.
Okay.
So you use that as a defense mechanism to make your point, and I'm gonna tell you, in the Civil War, you had black people fighting on both sides. One fighting to be free, and the other one fighting to be a slave. So you can't use that just because of his skin complexion, that he had our best interest. He had his own selfish best interest. And that could be along with a lot of us, regardless of what our color is. What I'm saying it is, it's a massive problem, and we need to solve it.
No, what I'm trying to say is this wasn't a massive problem until about 2 decades ago. And then the government and the corporations and the rich elites and the multi-trillionaires that control the narrative told you that there was a problem. I am from Halifax, Nova Scotia, which was the direct end of the Underground Railroad from America and Canada. All right. I've had many black friends, many. Never did I ever have to say the words, I have black friends, until I came to YouTube, and people go, blah, 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 race. But I never ever heard any of the black people that I grew up with complaining about racism, because where I'm from, there was no racism, because we had eradicated it, because we were the end of the Underground Railroad, and anybody who's racist just automatically gets stomped down by the same people that they're the race of, because we just don't believe in it, right?
Okay, what
like if you guys went to Preston 25 years ago, right, which is a large African Canadian or whatever you want to call it community, right, in Nova Scotia, Canada, and started explaining that you had it bad because you were black, they would tell you, yeah, well, the natives got it a lot worse.
Have you met Uncle Lee?
So like it comes to a point where these conversations are not productive, and that's what Dusty's trying to say is, okay, what's the resolution for this? What's the resolution?
I get what Dusty's trying to say.
Let me just jump in real quick. So I think you just walked past the resolution or the solution. Is that what happened in Nova Scotia? It needs to continue to happen, but it's not happening on our side of the water. Once you cross over that bridge and you in Detroit, whatever happened in Nova Scotia, it ain't.
The second that one of you guys say, "Hey, white guy, you have privilege," you're being racist. Just even by bringing that up, acting like I'm some rich. And I'm not saying you said it to me, but I heard someone say something similar to Dusty earlier. That's racist. To even say that. I'm not the rich man who's going to give you a job or not give you a job or arrest you or put you in jail. I'm not that guy. You're being racist by bringing that up and saying, oh, you're white, you have white privilege. Go fuck yourself, racist.
Okay, so if I use that same thing that you just said in a nightclub.
Let's just have the conversation. I don't want to turn it into a...
No. What I want to do...
Have a conversation.
Can I just put this in... as a person who fought on the second national team in 1982, who boxed against the Canadians at a sport event, the black, this was the time when y'all was going through the language thing, where y'all was trying to figure out if y'all would speak French or some other bullshit. So y'all was fighting about that. But there were black people who was fighting to have equality in that country. So don't act as if y'all, I'm not talking about personally where you was at and the friends that you were around. But this is where we get this individual thing that we, as people, always want to take our experience and then say it capitalizes on everything. It don't.
Right, and that's what we got to focus on. So if we can use your anecdotal experience and we need to multiply that, right? So that's the problem. So when we having a conversation, the problem happens is that when we feel guilty for something that somebody else is doing. You a white man, fine. You are not racist, fine. That doesn't mean that I cannot call out white privilege that exists. It exists and it is okay. And we just gotta have to say, hey, it does exist. And now we gotta come together and say, how do we fight against it so it could get closer to more of a civil type of situation, not equal, because no human being is ever going to be equal. But we could just acknowledge that I'm not talking directly to you, tough man, when I say white privilege exists.
Let's play by the same rule. That's all I ask. Let's all us play by the same fucking rule.
Okay. So I think tough man is he got a lot of action going on. That's probably why he didn't unmute himself.
No. I don't like interrupting. A lot of people like to go. So
yeah, go ahead, tough man. So that's what we are trying to really express is that just because you say black people do X, what black people are whatever the stereotype is, I'm not going to feel offended if I'm not that version of that black person. That's what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying, but like what Dusty said earlier, I would like to see I have pretty guy privilege. I'm a good looking man, right? So I've always had the privilege of being good looking, but I've never once gotten a job because I was white or anything like that. That makes no sense.
That's exactly what you would say if you had white privilege, 10th man.
But how would he know?
Yeah, but Dusty,
right. Wait. Stop right there. Stop right there.
Okay, hold on.
I'm holding back the heavy ammunition. Just let it happen.
Your little ammunition would be like put a damn tic tac in a whale's mouth. I don't want to turn. I'm gonna ask you a question. How would you know?
Hold on, please. Hold on. I do
to
not
his last statement.
Hold on. Just hold on. I do not want to have a conversation about proving somebody right or wrong. That is not what I'm trying to have. We are having a conversation, and if we're going to have it in good faith, let's have it there.
Okay, I'm meaning the overall things. Everybody can come up and say that. Even me as a black man, I can come out and say, I was giving, I could do that. But I'm saying that when you make a blank statement like that, and you have to ask the question, how would you know?
Because I'm the guy who is out at the smoking area at a job. Mm-hmm. And knows a lady for a good 6 months and everything's fine. Mm-hmm. And then one day I mentioned, hey, my husband, you know him. And I describe him. And she goes, oh, you're gay? What a waste. Right? So I have been discriminated against for being gay. So I know what discrimination is. I also know that people look at me differently when I'm with my husband and when I'm not. So I know what it's like to be invisible and
you guys get
so I know that
shit never goes away.
So it's not that I'm saying that racism isn't real. I'm saying that you're being tricked by focusing on it by the elites so that you're not they don't care if we're they love it that we're up here arguing about this. Because we're not talking about the federal
one question. I've been quiet this whole time. Can I just ask him one question right there?
Ask the question and move the conversation, right? Because
I'm not gonna move it. I swear, Sharon. I swear, I'm asking one question.
Oh my fucking God! I swear, everybody else's story is way more important than mine. Go ahead.
No, Sharon, I swear. I just want to ask him this just to confirm everything I've been saying. When you say elite, sir.
Oh my God. See, this is what I'm saying. You changed the topic.
No. He said black. He said elites. Do you think that there are black people at that top of elites too that are also a part of this game and just allowing this to spin this way?
Yes.
Sharon. Okay, wait a minute. Why is it? Wait.
Let me get back to that. Please let me get back to the conversation that we was having because I do not understand what was that question for.
Well, I would go kill it, but you go ahead, Sharon.
Go ahead. Everybody got a better thing.
Well, I would go say, then why is the white man saying it and you believe and you smiling like a Kool-Aid pack? And I said the same goddamn thing about 30 minutes ago. And so what I said, and I said it about 7 minutes ago. Wait a minute. I said there was white people. When I said there was black people who fought. I
just got another person to agree with me.
And I said white. That was black.
Yeah. When you did it, I took your acknowledgement and I was like, yeah, that's a fact, right? Remember when I said all three of us?
Yeah. But
all three of us have power.
That was the case. Is we had moved past that point. We was on another step. Why should we go back and reevaluate that step when we had already moved past?
I just wanted to get a version from him because he's a white guy, like y'all like to call him.
I didn't want to have this conversation. Now we having a conversation about a fucking conversation when we was doing very well.
Thank you.
Oh my fucking God! Let's keep the conversation going, please.
And my whole thing is
about the conversation, please.
Okay, my whole thing is, Sharon, is I understand Nilla Fuller and I understand a lot of other our scholars. When you start talking about racism, bias, and then that could be anybody. But when you start talking about the system of white supremacy, not white supremacy, because that will fuck people up. If you don't understand the system of white supremacy, everything else is going to confuse you. All right? And that's why I gave the thing, why do you think the white piece on the chessboard moved first? Nobody's going to be able to answer that.
Okay.
Why you think the white ball hit all the color balls and the black ball is the last one to knock in? See, what y'all got to understand is when I speak on not just an individual event. I speak on a system. Wait.
I would like to know the answer.
I speak on a system. And that's what we never really want to speak on.
You spent this whole goddamn stream swimming in your own self-pity. Get
Crazy.
the fuck
Look, I don't have no pity. Look. Wait.
Man, you haven't
Excuse me, numb nuts. Before you start calling me self-pity, excuse me.
Numbness.
I have been a person as very established, worked in a lot of places that you probably can't even walk in the door. So I do understand that level of that conversation. But I'm not speaking on as an individual. I'm speaking on an overall problem that
you're not
for some reason
to speak for everybody. You're qualified to speak for you just like I am.
For some reason, your ass can't.
What happened?
His mic went out.
Yeah. So
it's probably a racist mic.
It's probably so. You can play that. You can play that shit with other people, but you're not ready for me.
I just want. Damn, man. Now somebody else gonna come up.
Dusty, you're not ready for me. I don't forget more shit than you ever learned. You talk smart, but when you put it under the microscope, it just becomes like a bad.
I'm just saying.
Joke.
After an hour of you making everybody.
After an hour of you trying to combat what I'm saying, is just as stupid.
Okay. Now we dissolve the conversation to name calling. Aaron?
No, I say it's just as stupid. I didn't call him stupid. I said it's just as stupid.
Come on, man. Stop. Like, why are you trying to principle me?
I'm trying to have a conversation. There's no need to have meta. Let's have a conversation, not meta conversation. Just throw in things that doesn't have anything to do with a conversation. It's okay that we having a strong disagreement. Those two men are having a strong disagreement. Allow them to mind it out. Just not throw in things and interject into their conversations. It makes it more difficult and it makes it more frustrating for people to listen to and for them to get it out.
Thank you.
Allow them to have the conversation. It's okay. That is a tough conversation.
Flo doesn't OG. Yeah, maybe we should just devote the rest of the stream to going through all the issues, obstacles, and slights that you've encountered and experienced one by one, and properly grieving the times that Lee didn't acknowledge something that you said that you felt should have been acknowledged.
Okay, one of the things you got to understand is a lot of these things don't come from me personally in my experience. I've been an advocate for 40 years. I'm out there with my feet. God damn, Lee, didn't he just tell you not to do this shit? Damn. So what I'm saying, Dusty, is a lot of things that I talk about is people who are going through these problems that I seen have manufactured itself in a lot of lives that my father was born in 1912 and he taught me well. And I was born in North Carolina, so I've seen a lot of these things myself. I'm not going to get agitated because something is unbalanced, unfair, or whatever. I'm into problem solving.
How many people are you speaking for?
I'm speaking for probably, in my lifetime, over 100,000.
Oh, well, I speak for 150,000.
Well, good. And maybe one day we can put them numbers together. We have 250,000. But now,
my 150,000 is still bigger because of my white privilege.
I know it'll make any difference because
you speak for yourself and I speak for myself, and that's all any of us get to do. You don't get to get to gather up every person you've ever met and
no.
Well,
see, that's the way.
I mean, you can try it, but it's not going to fly.
Okay, well,
you're not the wrong one.
Wait. When I first came to California from North Carolina, you know what they told me? What I wouldn't do. All right. So you don't have the privilege to tell me what I can't do because you haven't lived in my shoes and I haven't lived in yours. I know what I can do. I know the inspiration that I have did in people's life, and I'm still doing it today, and I don't even have to be here. So what I'm trying to tell you, this go way beyond me. This goes to my grandkids and their kids and everything else to try to make a better place for them that I didn't have the privilege to
How do you
live
know
for
the
myself.
moment? How do you know the moment after you have your grandkids?
Hold on.
Moment after.
Let's not jump the line. Let's not jump the line. I get you in there. We got a lot of people that want to jump in on this concept. I got you. Let's not jump the line. Let them finish it out, and we could just add everybody else in one by one. Go ahead, OG. Finish what you were saying.
So Dusty, you don't see where a history of improvements of anything in life all starts from a conversation, and it builds on the problem, and then it grows itself into solutions and understanding and stuff like that. And you might come in that conversation, these things not happening to you, and you might have heard it from different places and different people that had different meanings. But you got to understand, when I say it from the heart. I say it from the spirit. I say it for the better of humanity. I don't have a bad bone in my body towards white people or anybody else.
If I get snippy with you, like, you know, it's whatever. But at some point, we have to, like, you don't seem like you want to find a solution. You seem like you quite enjoy the problem.
I am the solution.
All right. Well, there you go.
I am. When I say that, I'm going to say that because I'm boasting, but I'm willing to go out there and roll up my sleeve. I'm willing to come on. I'm retired. I'm 66 years old. I'm retired. I got 32 people, no, 31 now. I got 31 people in my house that people have said it's worthless eaters. I'm putting in the work. Even though I'm on this site right here, you can hear people in the background, coming in and whatever. So not only I'm working in my own house, I go to meetings with the mayor. I do things out in the street as an advocate. So you can say that it's insignificant or whatever you want to. There are solutions, and this is the only thing we get to do with it, Dusty, when we come on these channels, is talk about it. Because we really don't know what we really don't know what each person is doing in their real life. And that's all I'm trying to say is, people who know me.
And also, all right, so that's good, fair points. And so also I want to say is that majority of the politicians, they talk before they get a law passed, before they get a bill passed. We have to communicate with each other so we can even know where we at. All I'm saying, because since we are, because OG represents 100,000. I'm gonna represent just me. Power is gonna just represent him. So this way we don't have to make it so contentious, right? So when we just having a conversation, if I'm having an issue, the main issue is that why you just can't acknowledge it and we can move on. Just because I say it is white privilege, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't take advantage of it. It doesn't mean that you should feel sorry for having it. It's just that's what it is. And then now we can move forward. Once we just agree with the information that's there, and we could say like, hey, this is the true thing. This is what it is. And then we can move forward. Just like if I was to take you to a barbecue or a cookout and it's majority of black folks, I'm going to have privilege there. And it's okay, but y'all can understand that. And I would not have a problem if you say, oh, y'all want to listen to Sharon because it's black privilege. I will understand what you're saying. And it's okay for us just to be understanding of the information that we have. It is a thing, and we got to start acknowledging it.
So you're describing pretty much white privilege as like the majority native privilege, as in like if you were in China, there'd be Chinese privilege, or in Japan, there'd be Japanese privilege. Correct? Is that kind of what I'm along that line?
No.
Oh, so you are under the white privilege is specifically unique.
In America, yes, because over in China, they oppress their own people. Everybody looks.
Wait, do they not oppress white people here?
No.
Really? Why would you say that?
Because the majority, when we are talking about in general, is this going to be somebody? Yes, we know. Does it exist that a white person is getting oppressed? Yes. But when we having these conversations, we talking about in general. So in general, white people, especially white men, are not being oppressed in America.
But you would argue that, I would argue that white people oppress white people just as much as anyone else oppresses anybody else.
I have an argument about it. However,
Well, I mean, are we saying that like
don't
for
even see
most
why
of
it matters though.
well,
Let's,
no,
like,
but I
just
mean for most
repeat
of
it.
America, I mean
Okay, so,
the men that
okay, so let's do it two parts. So we want to find out why it matters. Okay, so Flo got a question. Why does it matter? And then two, is it a thing? So majority of the people that's able to move things and shake things, the reason why we got to have contracts in the government to go towards a certain group of people is because those people will not get it. So it's a reason why they put that.
Yes, what's going on,
And
Steven?
even when they do have that shit there, right?
It's still
all a white man
Let
has
me
to
get this
do
out of
is
my ear
put
for
his
1
wife
second.
as a 51% owner, and now he's getting minority contracts as well.
But
Okay,
if
go ahead.
a black man puts his black wife as, then you're for sure getting that government contract. I mean,
Yeah,
all right.
what's the name?
So I mean,
That's
but
fine.
my point is, like,
Open it.
the situation could
Oh,
exist or it could
God.
not. Or it doesn't. Like, it doesn't even really matter to me unless there's something
it this
to be done
morning?
with it after that. Right.
OJ, I don't know if you're talking to us or not. So even with that, right? So still, people that's in the black market of government contracts, just for argument's sake, they are only getting them at a 3% rate.
Sorry, say that again.
Black-owned companies are only getting government contracts at a 3% rate,
And that's because of racism.
It's because of the system
Of racism.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't know. I saw a black lady named Letitia James that got, was it $1 or $2 billion for a nonprofit eco fund that the year before had filed income tax with $100 revenue. So I don't know.
Right. So again, this is where we start to have the problem. We understand that we can show an outlier that is making hella money in the same field that I'm just talking about. We understand that. We are not saying that it doesn't exist, that they are not allowing anybody
but if it was a white person, it'd be white privilege that got them that $1 billion, right?
So the reason why it's white privilege, right, is because 90% of the contracts is going to a white person. That's where the privilege comes in.
But 90% of military contracts or whatever go to 3 or 4 companies anyways. But that's not because they necessarily are white. I mean, if you look at the boards of those companies, they're pretty diverse. A lot of them have women CEOs, black women CEOs. I know Lockheed's got like 3 or 4 black members on their board. You know, I think the Northrop CEO is a woman. So I mean, not every differential doesn't necessitate prejudice. That's my argument.
And that is fine, and we understand those outliers. That's why I'm not saying that it doesn't exist completely. That's not the argument. I think that's the problem that we get caught up in. That's when it sounds like people are not trying to hear the other side out. Welcome to the show, Rob. This is my first time seeing you, Rob. How you doing? Are you there, Rob? Okay, so I'm gonna drop you down, Rob. You don't have to leave.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm in there for a second. Yeah, what's going on, guys? Thanks for having me on.
How you doing? It's my first time hearing you. What would you like to add to the conversation?
Yeah, no, I've been listening a little bit here, and I guess worlds are colliding or something, because I'm definitely agreeing with Flo. All I've been hearing so far is a whole bunch of a pity party going on. Like, I understand what you're saying, Jay, but like realistically, and I'm sorry, your name, sir. Is it Bracy or Sharon? I don't.
Yeah, Sharon.
Sharon, excuse me. Yeah, what you guys are saying, like, look, it's not really like Imperius is saying. It's like, just because a company, is like, there's like what 3 or 4 companies that are getting contracts right now from the government. Like, that doesn't mean just because they might be in like a majority white country that they're getting the contract because they're white. And it's like the inverse is also true. Just because the majority of the country is white doesn't mean that, I don't know, some black-owned company is not getting it because they're black. It's like, you're ascribing meaning after the fact. You need something beyond just saying like, oh, it's a black-owned business and they're not getting this contract, therefore it's racism. It's like every time I hear somebody come up and say something about systemic racism, I'd love for you to break that down for me and tell me what that means beyond a white person is getting this, like white business is getting contracts or something like that, because it's very nebulous. And in that vague, I guess, nebulous, conceptual abstract, you're just like, you're finding a way to worm in and like squeak in a position really where you're just again subscribing that meaning, and you're creating that boogeyman of racism and white supremacy and yada yada yada. So I would love an answer for that.
Okay, so we could just go back to Chicago. At one point, Chicago was is a Jewish community in Chicago that is now a affluent, well, not affluent, it is a black community now. However, the way how it turned into that is because they use property as a way to steal money from black individuals on purpose and targeted black human beings. So we didn't have the money to buy property. So what they did was kind of like a rent to own type of situation. They targeted black individuals, and they made sure they raised the rent so high that they could not afford it. They kicked them out. So what happened is that with this system, black people was going in there because they thought they could buy houses. And what happened was that more people got into that community, and with more people into that community, what you need bigger schools, you need more garbage, you need all these type of things. And so they did not add those things in until, so what it did was bring the level of that community down. So it's more garbage, less education happen, and all this is documented, right? I have the book. I can even show you the book so you could read the history for yourself. So this is not some made up situation. And the people that was involved even admitted to that they took advantage of the situation. So that is the system that we talking about. Then when we go further down the line, we talk about redlining as well. So these systems happen. They took advantage of certain groups of people, and we just needed to first, we just need to acknowledge the information, and then we could just move forward so these things do not continue to go. Because as long as people just deny what's actually happening, we always keep getting right back to this forever loop of a conversation.
Yeah, but the problem there is that what you're basically describing is not some systematic like white oppression, like white supremacy, white racism or whatever towards minorities or everything. You're just basically describing general influx and I guess deflux of wealth. Really, you're not really speaking to any like real hard concrete evidence that says, like, you could point to like something like, look, Jim Crow is an obvious example of this.
So I would get the book for you, so where you could find the actual history behind what I'm saying.
I'm sure you can. I'm not doubting that. I'm not doubting that this book exists. It's just I don't believe in anything in that book. I don't even need to see the book. Like, yeah, you can link it in the backstage for me, but like every time I hear somebody in the black community or any other minority group, and let me just say right now, I might not sound like it, but I'm not white. Like just because like we might have some sort of like skin color difference a little bit. I'm brown, you're black, whatever. It's like it doesn't really take a whole lot of investigation to realize a lot of the claims the black community currently makes are kind of ridiculous on their face. It's like, I'm sorry to say it, but like Flo says, again, it's a pity party. It's like if you really want to do something, you just need to be successful. And I think the great examples of this is like Beyonce, Barack Obama, Clarence Thomas. So, these are three major.
Rob, here's the problem is that we understand that you could pull out some outliers. Right, but those outliers that you pulling out are not 13% of the population. Like those people that you are calling out is 0.001% of the population.
No, but you're saying no. The whole thing is that you're basically talking about
Barack Obama. It's only been 46 presidents in the world of the United States,
and a black man is one of them. So what is that? So you're basically, I'm telling you basically right now, you have to prove
using the argument, right? Is that we got to make it make sense. Like we cannot use somebody that only 46 of them ever existed, and one of them was twice.
So you're supposed to deny the existence of successful minorities.
When I'm giving you real, actual evidence, right, of normal people that's going.
You haven't given me anything. I'm sorry, sir. You have not.
No, you don't want to accept what I'm giving you.
Trust me, you're not the first person I've tangled with on this. Like I've never seen it. Link the book. Wow. If you have.
No, but Sharon, I think the issue here though is that it's not unique here. Like if you go to China, Okay, for example, the northern Chinese have oppressed the southern Chinese for hundreds of years. They don't even consider them Chinese a lot of the time. And then on top of that, you have the urban rich Chinese who oppress the rural Chinese who don't even get water, food, medicine, because they make sure that all those people get nothing, and all the people in the city specifically get everything: medication, water, food, electricity, information, government resources. And these people are dying out in the freaking forest pretty much. And so that again, that's race. They don't, like the Guangzhou Chinese are like the people, the Chinese from Shanghai or Beijing do not even consider like the Chinese from Guangzhou
So
like
are
the
those
same
people,
race.
Is it done because of what is it done because?
They literally hate them because they're from the South.
Right.
Like you need to, like Chinese.
Okay, so it's because of whatever the political situation they had in the South.
No, because of their genetics. Because they don't believe that they're part of the Han dynasty.
From what I can understand, it's mostly about a last name thing. There's like a large
they don't believe that they're part of the Han dynasty.
The Han dynasty.
39% of.
Okay, so
so what? So what about the Hans or whatever?
Right, because we're over here in America, right? We don't really care about the Hans, right? We in America.
So you don't care about the same exact thing repeating somewhere else because it deals with a black person.
No, what I'm trying to tell you for this conversation, the Hans don't have nothing to do with the conversation.
It's a parallel, so it's showing that it's not.
I'm talking
racial.
about. So this is the problem this is a problem that I'm having. That I'm talking about a very specific situation that happened, and for some reason.
But it's not specific. I gave you an exact parallel.
It is. It doesn't matter. I don't care about the parallel.
So you don't care about the exact other one that happens anywhere else. You just care about the one here. And you want to
one of the reasons why your whole thing's defunct is because he's making an analogy.
It doesn't have anything to do with me and this conversation right now. It doesn't prove any point that it happened.
It proves that what happened to black people is nothing special.
So if you are saying that
proves what happened to
hold on, please. If you're saying that it's parallel, that happens somewhere else, so then therefore you are agreeing that it is some goddamn systematic racism going on.
I'm saying that what happened here is nothing special.
Before you just say
there's racism everywhere. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, it's the same everywhere.
So hold on, pause. So now why? So hold on. So why are we saying that is a pity party if you right now are saying that it happens and it is
because nowhere else cares about it.
I'm saying. You just admitted that it is a systematic racism going on in another place. You just admitted it.
I'm hopping off
your own admission. So why the fuck I cannot talk about if it's happening here?
Because it makes it not unique and you're not special to have received it. Anyone can complain everywhere.
So pause there. All right. So I'm not unique. Fine. It happened to other people. It doesn't take away the fact that it's happening.
Yeah, it does, because it's happening everywhere all the time. So why does it make you something we have to address?
You cannot be that smart and dumb at the same time.
No, I'm literally saying it happens everywhere all the time at once, and you want to be acknowledged as something special.
Let's take it off because I do not understand what's the problem. So if you get punched in your face and Rob get punched in his face, so I'm going to tell Rob, hey, Rob, don't worry about getting punched in your face because people get punched in their face all over the world.
Yeah, if you get punched in your face, you can go ahead and swing back. Go ahead. And then when something happens to you, don't complain that you get some kind of different treatment than anyone else.
I'm actually
that's the thing. You want to swing and not get any repercussions.
No. Hold on. I'm asking very specific questions, right? And it's okay for you to answer it very specifically. So, again, it's okay to just answer the question. It's not about being right or wrong.
You're answering an unfalsifiable question, so it's bad faith. The question you need to ask is, if an Asian got punched by an Asian somewhere,
it doesn't matter if my faith is good or not.
So then you can't ask a question.
So
it's a meaningless question.
So if it is happening, why can I not talk about what?
Because it's happening everywhere. So unless you hear people complaining everywhere, it doesn't matter that you're not special.
You believe that because somebody else is getting punched in the face, that nobody that ever get punched in the face can ever talk about it?
No, it's because you're punched in the face, I'm punched in the face, everyone's punched in the face.
I understand what you just said. I'm asking you a very fucking direct question.
No, it's called, are you
I need you to be a man and answer a direct.
Sir, I need you to ask an actual man question, not a female question.
I'm going to make it
You need to ask a male question.
For some reason, I don't
You need to ask
understand
a male
why-
question
I
first.
do not understand for the life
Hit
of
him with
me
the sir.
why people cannot answer fucking questions.
Because you ask women questions. My mind doesn't process as a female does. So I need you to ask a direct question that actually has something called syntax. It actually has relationship to what you're bringing up in the argument, not an open-ended emotional question.
If you just answer it,
The
it
question,
won't be
yes, I will answer it
emotional.
right now. No, if I'm a white person punched in the face by another white person, and I know Asians are being punched by Asians and Mexicans are being punched by Mexicans, I don't care. It happens.
Okay,
It's
perfect.
life.
Pause there. So this is again. See, this is when you're just being dishonest or stupid. I'm not sure which one
Or you're being an emotional
right?
woman.
So
I know
the
it
problem
riles
is
you up.
this:
You need to be
black
special.
people. The problem is this: black people not getting punched by black people.
Yeah, they are. Who's killing black people? It's black people.
I need you to be a little bit more intelligent and pay attention to the
Who's
conversation.
killing black people? It's black people, overwhelmingly.
It's
Not white
actually
people.
white people.
Okay,
It's
hold
white
on,
people.
please.
No,
Yeah,
that's
but you're
totally
moving
I
the
don't, I
goalposts.
don't need
Black
help.
people are
Hold
complaining
on, I
that black
don't
people
need.
are killing
Hold
each
on, I
other.
don't need help because this man is not as smart as he think he is.
I'm
So we are
far
talking
beyond you,
about.
Sharon.
Hold on, we are talking about systematic racism. We are not talking about crime. So we need to be able to stay focused and be on the subject matter at fucking
Sure,
hand.
yeah, but I'm asking you to and not go on an emotional rant.
Stop being stupid, please.
Sir, you're ad hominems. I haven't did one ad hominem to you. Now, do you want me to start with that and say you're a bussy?
I did not say any. I did not give you any. I'm telling you.
You just called me stupid about 5 or 6 times in a row. You did not. You want to rewind the tape?
I didn't.
Sharon.
You didn't call me stupid, are you? No. See, this is why you're disingenuous, and this is why no one takes you seriously.
Sharon, I got the grill. I got my grill out, Sharon. I got my grill.
Nobody takes you seriously, Sharon. This is why you're disingenuous. I didn't insult you. I didn't call you a person.
If I'm not taking serious,
I got my grill, Sharon.
Okay, well, Sharon, that's why you run from arguments. You can't really have a debate where you would actually have someone
the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try.
Hey, listen, some people just cannot have it's okay to be stupid, right? And I get it, right? You losing the argument because you cannot actually answer a question. I'm talking to you very directly. You try to turn it into a black on black crime conversation where it's not.
You know, it's a lot.
So again, this is the problem with a lot of the conversations, right? The gaslighting is ridiculous. Even after you yourself admitted that is systematic racism going on in another country and it's happening here. And all I'm saying is that we acknowledging it. And so we want you to fucking acknowledge it. That is that. And then we can actually move on with proper information. The issue is that you might feel guilty about whatever is going on in your own life. That is fine. I understand that you feel guilty about it. I'm not asking you to feel guilty about it. We just having a conversation so we can move forward and we can get the ideology of racism and systematic racism out of the people's mind because it does exist, as you already pointed it out. And
I just want to point out.
Go ahead. We're gonna bring in Afro Nerd wants to jump in there. I got podcast and Hotspot Casino. Thank you for being so patient. I'm not sure if Tef Man want to jump in there, so let's try to do it like this. Afro Nerd, Tef Man, do you want to jump in there? You good? Yes or no? All right, so we got Afro Nerd.
I'll jump in when it's time. Just give me a minute.
Okay. Afro Nerd, Rob is opposition, so we go Rob after. We go Power with Dusty and podcast just to kind of get some kind of a coherent thought. Go ahead.
All right.
Okay, a couple of things. So you know me by now. When I come in, I'm coming in late, so I don't want to misrepresent anything. So I want to be clear. So are you gentlemen discussing white privilege? Is that like we're going to get into this? Does it exist? Does it not exist? Like what? Is that the crux of the conversation? Because I'm coming in late.
Correct.
Okay. So if you remember, I think yesterday when I called in, I had simply said, it's interesting that after slavery, all the way into like the late 60s, no white person or very few white people actually ever were penalized, punished, or jailed for killing a black person. Like it just didn't happen, right? So that's not about having a pity party. That's just data. When you talk about Emmett Till, right? Let's say that's a one-off. It wasn't a one-off, but they were able to kill this child And then when they got off by the courts, a few months later, they were interviewed. The killers were interviewed and said, "Oh yeah, we did it," because they didn't have. There was no risk of double jeopardy, right? So think about the kind of privilege it takes to kill what was once described as property, because during slavery, you were property, so you could kill a black human just as easily as you could kill an animal. So after you're freed, in quotes, you saw postcards with white families and children. The fact that you could have a postcard with a black life dangling. That person, you're finding out years later, that person wasn't even guilty of the crime. But the fact that even if he or she were guilty, aren't you entitled to jurisprudence? No. This was tacitly approved by even the police. So the police and a citizen can have a picnic and hang your black ass without any kind of fear or retribution. This goes well into the late 60s. That's what black life is. Black life is an assignment. And everyone knows this, right? So when whites are asked about, not all, many whites will be asked about, what about switching places? Would you switch places with a black person? I think even Chris Rock asked that question. There's a whole bunch of discussion before the question, but after the question, whites are oftentimes silent.
Am I still gay?
And the silence is deafening. And also the humor is indicative of a lot. Right? Because what I'm saying is bone truth.
Just try to land this out, because
I have to explain, because you allowed Imperius, that's his code name on Chaotic's show. Right? As I said, he platforms racist. Right? So when you talk about the facts, all of a sudden the facts become fantasy. And I'll elaborate on this. There is an archive of laws that were specific to black people. Right? You had indentured servitude, about 7 years.
Right.
You had indentured servitude 7 years, black folks 70 years, and your family. Right? 70 years. O'Reilly kept his name. Right? McGriff kept his name. Guess what? We got the McGriff name too, somehow. The African gets the McGriff and the O'Reilly, right? So that's its own story. That is black life. But this is where I land the plane.
Okay.
So you had black and white slaves, kind of, sort of. Then at some point, in order for it to be locked in, you had to have black codes. You had to have slave codes. You had to have the 3/5 compromise. There's a whole library of specifics to black people.
Okay.
Right? Nobody else. You had blacks only. Colors, we were then. Colors only. Look, this stuff is, you could read a book, he could dispel the book, he could say it doesn't exist, but that you can walk into a library and see your black behind being very, very specific about, we have a problem with you, Negro, you, right? So that's it. I can say more. I mean, some folks getting all in their panties in a bunch, but that is what it is.
Okay.
Right?
Perfect. And we're gonna bring in Rob. Let me just read a couple of these super chats. The smoking auditor with the $2. We the people is propaganda. LOL. Chucking Tennessee's numbnuts.
I still can't believe he did that to me.
Black man unfiltered up with the $5. Stop trying to explain anything to the privileged, Sharon. Drop they Pegasus like you do the ninjas, especially the gay guy who gets more privilege than anybody. Fighter complex number 7. Sharim, fight back! You sassy half tether, baby.
Yeah.
And Pierce with the $2. Buck broke Sharon. Running means you never win. All right, go ahead, Rob.
Keep hitting him with those super chats, Imperius.
Yeah, come on.
Really stick it to him. Make him cry. Keep hitting those super chats.
Yeah, that's all. Let's just all support good, strong conversations. Everybody has good, strong thoughts. Let's get opinions out there. We not an echo chamber, which is dope. Everybody's getting their thoughts out. Let's support good, productive combos. Even if it
I
doesn't
just hope when it's my turn to talk, I get 45 minutes like these guys.
You will. Just don't ask no questions and you will. So just make sure you hit that like, the share button, 99 cents super chats. Go ahead. We got Rob. Then we got podcast and then 10th man. Go.
Yeah, so that whole Dao tribe by Afro, that was really great, but again, that was more of a pity party. This whole first thing about white people never being killed for killing whites, that's just factually incorrect. I don't know if you know, we have this little thing called the Civil War. And in that war, there was about, north of 650,000 Americans died, about 250,000 Confederates, who they weren't all slave owners, obviously, but a lot of them, held that racial sentiment. And there was obviously like 450,000 or so Union soldiers who died defending your asses. So I don't really think you could say that nobody has ever died for wanting to kill or having killed black people or in the defense of black people. So that's just factually absurd. Second, let's just take, for sake of argument, let's just grant the whole thing. The whole matrix of white oppression is real and everything. I just would love to actually hear some sort of solution thing, because whenever this sort of conversation gets going, it's like, what do we do now? It's like again, I'm going to keep going back to what Flo was saying with this. It's like you want to be in the pity party instead of actually try to work toward a solution. It's like I don't really hear any sort of solution. I just hear more grievances and complaints. What was that?
You just got competitive with, a bunch of Union soldiers died, blah blah. Like, you're doing the exact same thing.
As what?
You're getting competitive about who's had it worse. I don't give
no. I don't. Well, okay, that's misread. I'm saying that his
why
information.
Is anybody competing on that front?
God damn it, Flo! Jesus Christ! You always
Why do I have to make
part
sense?
Of it. It makes sense, really? No, I was saying he was wrong in saying that nobody has ever died for killing black people. It's like,
okay, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
You literally said nobody has ever been punished for killing black people, Afro. I heard the fucking words.
No, well,
Don't
you didn't
tell me
now
that.
you correct. Now you correct.
Okay, hold on. So that's not what he said. So you want him to clear it up for you, Rob?
Yeah, please.
Okay, go ahead, Afro Nerd.
Okay, what I said was, as far as someone actually being punished, going to jail, we didn't see that. That was not the case. That was not the norm. That you could kill a black person indiscriminately, right? Was there like 4,000 or 5,000 lynchings that were outside of the law? This was just citizens just stringing up a black person, right? Now, when you also talked about the Civil War. This is fascinating. There were just as many people invested in keeping you a slave on one side as there were people trying to emancipate you.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I don't want to move past.
Hold on.
No, but that's not what it is.
Hold on. I don't want to move past the part that you corrected yet.
Sure.
And I don't want to move past that. So do you understand the correction that people was not getting convicted?
That's not really
killing a black person?
I heard him say kill. I heard him say kill without sort of.
Let me just finish saying what I'm saying so we could both be in understanding. So you understand, Afro saying that white people was not being convicted of killing a black person because back then a black person was considered property, and you cannot kill property is what he is talking about. Go ahead, Rob.
And after that,
no,
after slavery, also
talking about punishing the white people for doing that.
Let me make it clear. I got to make it clear.
Hold on. Just let him. It's okay. Let him get a chance to rebuttal, please. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, no, I heard what you said. Again, like we have, first of all, you can't lynch black people anymore. That's just not a thing. So on the books,
anymore.
Well, what do you want it to keep going? What do you want them to do? How are you supposed to take that back? Are we going to resurrect Emmett Till from the grave to kill him again? It's like, this is what I'm talking about. It's like you don't acknowledge that we have laws in the books now that do protect you. You don't acknowledge that there's special interest groups that try to protect you. For God's sakes, hate crimes are a thing basically because of black people existing in America. So I don't understand this whole, it's like, oh yeah, black people were lynched. It's like, that's clearly an evidence of white supremacy today. It's like, yes, we can point to all those bad things in the past, but frankly, that's also my fault for buying into this argument a little bit. I went into the past as well. Why don't we stick to right now, today? We've had a black president, we've had a black vice president, we've had black justices. senators, congressmen, representatives, mayors, like everything. It's like, what more do you need to feel safe and have the ability to feel like you can prosper in this country?
Okay. So can I respond to that? I'll be quick.
You gonna do what?
Well, I'm gonna try hard to be quick. Okay. Look. This is interesting to me. We're talking about recent history. Up to 1968, there are people still walking around that remember this. This is not way back in the days. We're going into the 20th century where you had the atomic age, you had television, you had flight, and you could still kill a black person and not have to be jailed, punished, or go to court for it. And if you did go
in
to
the
court,
1900s,
well into 1968. And if you did,
that's what I'm talking about. The 1900s.
Right.
You sound like a whiny old man complaining about the price of bread. Anyway, I'll have my turn here in a minute.
Well, hold on. So what I'm saying is that in 19, because people are still living, you know, parents, grandparents are still alive. It's not that long ago. So for these people, so for these people to be able to, when they did go to court, they were found not guilty, and then they were able to admit, oh yeah, we killed this kid, and because they were paid enough to say that. That's white privilege.
Okay,
right. And wait, hold on. And what I said about the Civil War, you can't have it one way and not the other. You can't say that we fought.
Let's keep it current. You did. Let's keep it current.
It's the same thing. I gotta. He brought it up, Saran. He brought it up.
I understand they brought it up, but let's keep it where it's at. You brought it to the future.
But listen, man, it's the same mentality. You can't bring up Civil War.
Hold on. So we brought it to 1968. That's just one grandmother. So let's not act like it was so long ago, please. That is recent times. Rob, do you want to rebuttal? If not, then we all go to podcast and then 10th man.
Yeah, just real quick. I can understand, again, my fault for going into the past too, but I'm just pointing out the absurdity in your claim that nobody's ever died for black people, like either killing them or being offense to that or in defense of black people. So that's false. But yeah, also, again, it's like, I understand, yeah, there's people alive that have experienced this on a first-hand level. I've actually met, I forget what his name is. He was part of the Little Rock Nine. I did a writing contest when I was in like 8th and 7th grade and whatever, and I won. And I had the pleasure of meeting him, and he, you know, talked to me about the whole experience in Little Rock and everything like that. So, you know, I understand the experience. I understand where black people come from on a general level. But frankly, the more I've gotten into this discussion as time has moved on, it's like, time has moved on a little bit, and I think attitudes have changed. So for you to kind of sit there and just harp back on like it's 1968 now,
okay,
a little disingenuous.
Rob, so Rob, you are judging this conversation on past conversations and not the one that we are actually having today.
No, I'm sorry, you cut out right there for me. What was that?
So you telling me that you are judging this conversation on past conversations and not what we are actually saying today?
No, I'm responding to what you're saying. I'm just bringing up an anecdote. I'm not saying that that's law because I had past conversations. That's not going to do anything. I'm saying that I've had an observation through time with this conversation of black struggle in America. That's like over time, it just makes less and less sense. You're like, I hear black people say all the time, make it make sense. That's like a black thing, I guess. I don't know. But I've heard that multiple times, and it's like, you have to make it make sense for me that you are still struggling like it is 1968, when in 2025, we're now a quarter of a way through this century, the 21st century. We want to talk about the 20th century. We're in the 21st century and a quarter of a way through it and going. It's like, when do we get off the train like you are constantly under threat like it is 1968?
Rob, I have a quick question for you.
Yeah, please.
Do you feel like your contribution towards the what you're describing, do you think that when you leave this panel, you will have made it less of an issue or more of an issue?
Less of an issue or more of an issue?
Yes.
Well, it's not really for me to say because I think this is something internal to black people. I'm not black. I'm Mexican, but we have a different.
Okay. Well, yeah.
I hear you.
It was a rhetorical question because obviously human nature is such that if somebody makes a claim and then they get resistance, it causes them to dig in. So
yeah, but then that means if you're basically
your behavior is antithetical to what you claim to want.
My behavior? Why is it my behavior?
Your behavior.
Why is my behavior? I'm the one saying that we need to move forward. It's like I don't look at black people like
so. If you want to move
subhumans.
forward, if you want black people to get over themselves and move forward, and you come up here and you start berating them and talking down to them, and
I'm not berating them. This is a debate.
Then do you think that you've accomplished what you claim that you want?
Okay, one, I take issue with berating. I'm not berating them. This is a panel back and forth. We can get like we're all grown men.
Okay,
here, so
whatever.
Raise our voice.
You know,
but also, yeah, I hear what you're saying. But no,
on.
you're basically implying that we have to sort of cede the whole position. It's like there can be a time when you're right, and there can be a time when you're wrong.
I'm not saying you have to cede the position. I'm not saying
you are basically saying you're saying if I come up here and say that
your whole thing is blah. That's not true. That didn't
astute observation.
You know you're doing exactly the same thing that you're getting pissed at them for doing.
No, I'm not. I'm saying this.
And you know that it's self-indulgent.
In objective reality.
You claim to want to move on, but you're up here being self-indulgent and doing exactly the same thing.
And what the fuck are you doing here, Flo? God damn, like, do you owe? I swear to God, every panel I'm on with you, it's like you take these low-tier, low-hanging fruit positions. It's like you're up here too. You were also in the beginning before I got up here.
This is one of the guys that you were talking about who was arguing with about whether or not.
Rob.
What's up?
Rob. Can I ask you and I swear 6 seconds.
Hit me up, man. What's up?
Know what he's doing. Why are you responding to it?
Oh, just because I like giving Flo shit, and I'm sure he likes giving it back. I don't know. He's defending my position.
Though, right? So if you know what he's doing, then just ignore that part and stick to the conversation part, right?
No, I'm just pointing. This is
don't tell him how to navigate me, Beans.
All right. So again, so if somebody comes in to say the dishes is dirty, and you like, well, the dishes was dirty last week. All we did was wash them. That's craziness.
Yeah, but the whole point is that the dishes aren't dirty anymore.
But
can I ask a question? I want to ask a question.
Hold on. No. Fuck you.
Hold on. Okay. Damn, I'm running the fucking show. Relax. Jesus fucking Christ. We're gonna let podcasts go, and then we're gonna get 10th man in there so we could get everybody's voices out. Everybody want to be able to have a conversation on this topic. I understand it's a tough one, but let's go. I got you, Hotspot. I got you as well. I did not forget about you. Go ahead, podcast.
Is Ghost still in the back?
Huh?
Is Ghost still in the back?
No, Koja is in the back.
Okay, fuck it. Because that would have been a better debate. Rob, as a racist Mexican, I want to know. Nah, but listen. So you're saying that you're open to new information, but I don't necessarily think that you are. I'm gonna try, and we'll do this experiment to see if it's really true. So, is there anything happening today to Black people, or would you say there's anything that was? And I'm not talking about slavery. I'm talking about post-slavery. Is there
just before you go on with that, when you say post-slavery, you mean like any time after the Civil War to now, or like what's the window there?
Yes, anything since slavery was abolished. Okay. So is there anything that was happening to Black people in what you call the 20th century, the 1900s, that isn't happening to Black people in the 21st century?
I would say lynchings. That is probably gone. That's fallen by the wayside. I don't see that happening anywhere, basically. There might be Black people that get killed, but I don't think the lynchings thing has happened. So that might be a semantics question. Yeah, okay. I can see what you're getting at with that. Yeah, so maybe, again, there might be racially motivated. I'm not saying that hate crimes don't exist. Don't get me wrong on that. Black people still are a victim of prejudice just like anybody else. I would say Jim Crow laws are also negative towards Black people. But I would say, from my personal worldview here, I would say the single worst thing for the Black community in my eyes is the soft bigotry of low expectations by like liberal white people who have this like internalized white guilt. And I would say also Black and other minorities who sort of take advantage of that and harp on that like it is, the time of Emmett Till or something like that. Does that answer your question?
So, no, actually, right? So, and that's the thing is that I think too often we want to just say what we want to say, right? So you said out of your mouth that you felt like you knew where I was going with it, and then you gave a rebuttal to it without actually knowing if that's where I was going with it. You see how you did that? Right?
You asked me if
just answering the actual question that I asked you.
You give me an open-ended question. You asked me if you think there's any suffering that's gone on. Maybe suffering wasn't the word. Right? Yeah, I gave you examples, but
you did.
I didn't say I wasn't applying. I said I see where the question is. I didn't see where you were going with the question.
Rob, slow down. I'm not here to.
I'm trying to clarify here. I didn't say where I would see where you were going with the question.
He said
I understand the question.
Okay, he said he understands you. Okay, you don't have to reiterate. It's okay. Go ahead.
We're debating, not arguing, right? So what I'm saying is this: the question is there anything that was happening? You said lynching, but lynching in itself, as you described it, is taking of a life, correct? So that being said,
no. Lynching is taking of a life by hanging somebody because of racial prejudice.
That doesn't happen. What's the purpose of the lynching?
To kill somebody.
Okay, so that's still happening, correct?
No. Lynching is a very specific thing. See, words have meaning. Right?
I've already
lynching is when you hang somebody.
I'm saying. We're not arguing. We're debating. I've already conceded to that. So I'm asking you
so
now.
The
purpose of lynching is to take a life. That's still happening, correct?
And my point, and my answer,
that's a yes or no question.
Black people are still getting killed. Yes. Are they getting lynched? No.
Great. Right.
But I don't always ascribe every single black death or black murder, I should say, to some sort of racial animus. Let's make that clear.
We're just talking about those, though. That's what I'm saying. We're not having a conversation about all black death. We're having a conversation about death to black people at the hands of white people, which you're conceding still happens.
I don't think I would concede it in the way that you would.
Okay,
which is right. You don't know what I would. We're not talking about me. I'm asking you.
I want to throw in some little bit of information just to Google. I'm not sure how much of it is true or not. This is just from Google. But March 21st, 1981 is the last recorded lynching.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
That's the one on Google. This way, they won't say I'm lying. You know, they could just Google that, and we understand that it's. We understand that
black people are lynched, and they won't call it that.
Very true.
Okay, when's the last black lynching happened?
With that information.
Well, James Ford was in the 90s. He was dragged.
No, it was a dude who just went.
See how
you guys can't even agree on.
Okay, hold on. Before it breaks down, PG want to add some information about lynching. Go ahead, Diva.
There was a gentleman, maybe within the last 6 months, right? Again, so we'll find black people hanging, and the cops will say, "Oh, it's a suicide," rather than a lynching, even if their hands are tied behind their back. Now, how you can hang yourself with your hands tied behind your back, I don't know, but there was an instance of that, and they still.
What was their name and where did this happen?
Okay, so hold on. So are you going to acknowledge that just because they don't call it lynching anymore, that a black person could have been so-called lynched by being hung from a tree in today's time? Yes or no?
It doesn't matter where they're hung from. They have to be hung specifically. That's kind of what's tied to lynching. I'm not again. So black people getting murdered is not something that.
I said they were hung.
Hold on. I just want you to answer the question. So, do you believe in today's time that a black man was hung and killed by hanging? Yes or no?
See, I have a problem with it because you have already two people on the panel who disagree on when the last lynching even occurred. And you actually said the 80s, so technically three people disagreed. So I need more information. I'm willing to completely concede that there might have been something that happened 6 months ago.
Hold on.
There it is.
Again,
you got to let me get my fucking answer.
Please. So the problem is that the word lynching, the last time that word was used, it was in 1981. However, somebody being hung from a tree, we know what that is. They just don't call it that no more. They could call it suicide.
Is it a lynching if it's a white person?
So if they find a black man hung by a tree, would you consider that still in today's time?
No, that's still textbook. Yes, I'm not saying semantics wise. Oh, they don't call it that. Yeah, if they're hung by a tree for racial reasons, that's lynching. Yes.
Okay, so all right.
I'm just also wondering when exactly.
So that's fine. So at least we could get to some common ground. So now if we show you some proof that happened recently, would you concede that?
You haven't.
No,
you have not.
I see what he meant now, because
you have not. There's 3 people on this panel that disagree when the last one even happened.
I don't understand what that has to do with
Actually,
me
we
talking
did
to you.
disagree.
We were talking about
mentioned the last recorded instance of a lynching, and I talked about lynchings that aren't called lynching. So we were talking about 2 totally different things, right? So in order for the lynching to be
okay, so again, so what we are doing, because I think she's probably driving. So what podcast actually has anything happened that was back then that is happening today? You said you don't believe lynching is happening.
Recorded lynching.
Yeah, no, it doesn't have to be recorded. If somebody's hung from a tree and they're black and it's done for racial reasons, I agree.
Rob,
he conceded.
Where was the question
right?
going?
So, like that's what I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get it. So Rob, so it's okay to concede and say yes if somebody's been hung in today's time, which we can prove that. So therefore, what was happening back then, we can say it's still happening today. And do you concede to that?
When is today? What is today? Is my point.
6 months
what's her
ago.
name? Supreme Goddess said 6 months ago.
6 months ago.
Who was
6 fucking months ago.
I heard it. When? Who the fuck was it? Shut up. Asking her a question. Who was it?
Oh, what? Hold on. So this is the problem. Okay, hold on. What does that matter?
Be retarded as
I just want to know who the fuck it is so I can look it up.
So go look it up then.
Can she just answer the question?
No.
Is that a problem? No.
Yes, it's a problem. Yes, it's a problem because we're trying to have a conversation, not play.
Take 10 seconds to answer that
you
question.
said you didn't want to do.
What are we going to accomplish?
It would help update my world.
Right, so what the accomplishment is that literally he said something has not happened from whenever the fuck 1968, and it's literally happening.
How am I supposed to verify by having it in vague terms? How am I supposed to say? How am I supposed to verify that somebody got killed?
I don't know what the fuck is going on with y'all.
No, but Shake,
you're not understanding me. If he has evidence, all you need to just say is a
person's
person's
argue
name.
about nothing. Go ahead, 10th man. This is fucking crazy to me.
So wait, so you taking the mic from me? I don't get to finish?
Yes, because now you don't want to talk about nothing. You saying it's not irrelevant. I don't understand what the fuck you talking about now.
Wait, so everybody else gets their line of questioning, but you're trying to dictate mine? Why?
Motherfucker, that did not happen.
You are, because I don't give a fuck about that. If y'all wanted to have a conversation real quick about the lynching, that's fine. But I was trying to go somewhere else with it. That is irrelevant. Once he conceded what the purpose of a lynching was, and that still happens, the rest of that shit is irrelevant.
All you got to do is ask me to have the microphone back and say I wasn't finished. It don't have to turn to an argument. You would like to have the conversation back. I apologize for skipping over. I thought you was done. That's simple. We don't have to have a whole big thing. Go ahead, finish your conversation.
Rob.
Yeah. Goddess, can you just throw that info in the chat so I can look that up later?
So,
yeah, what's up, man?
So here's the thing, Rob. If the same things that have always happening are still happening, then how is it? I don't remember exactly how you phrased it, but I know in this space they call it victim Olympics. I think you called it terms.
Yeah, I said pity party, but that's because Flo said
pity party, right? Pity party. So if the same things that have always happened are still happening, how is it pity party?
Well, one, because it's not happening in the same degree. I know that might be would have issue with that. Two, because laws on the books today kind of defend black people a lot more than they did back when that was common. So it kind of like a point A, point B thing to that one answer. Yeah, I'll stick with that for right now because it doesn't happen to the same degree, and because we have laws in the books that are completely against that.
Absolutely.
In practice.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So then would you suggest that if something isn't happening to the same degree, then we should never talk about it at all?
No, not what I'm saying. Yeah, 100% with you there. If it happens, I'm willing to completely go with you. I don't like murderers, all the criminal types or whatever. So I'm happy to support people who are against, black lynchings if they're not, even if they're not called that.
Okay, so here we go. Rob, if you're okay with people talking about it, how does it become a pity party?
No, so you joined a little bit. I don't know how long you were listening for, but basically, I'm tagging on to Flo's original terminology here.
OG was definitely having a pity party earlier.
Okay, sure. Yeah, and I came at the tail end of that, so it kind of seemed like that was spiraling into that a little bit. But look, I don't have a problem being against criminality in some sort of racial way. It's not like I'm for that. Let me make that clear now. But I also have a problem with acting like it is to the same degree that it is now, back then, now.
Mhm.
So we can have, put it this way, it needs to be a proportional response. We're talking about white supremacy and the white system and white privilege. It's like, that is a very high level of, like, I don't know what you would say. That's a very high threshold, right? And you need certain benchmarks to be able to say and verify that this is actually correct. There is a system of oppression by white people towards minorities. All right, let me just point out again. I am not.
Hold on, bro. I understood what you said. I understood what you said. I understood what you said. But listen, I'm gonna tell you where this is problematic, right?
Go ahead, please.
Because
explain what's the process you go
the thing
through.
that you keep saying is that you keep
one at a time. Let him go.
Doing is you're making assertions, but you're not providing any evidence.
Nobody was drunk.
That's a really big
The question
thing
I asked you was, how does it become a pity party? If you're okay with people talking about it, then how does it become a pity party?
Because I don't really hear anything in the way of optimal solutions for the black people, and I don't see any. Let me put it this way: my prescription for the black community right now, the single best group of things you can do to not be in some sort of matrix of oppression by white people or any other group of people: go to school, get a college education, find a wife, find a.
All right, okay. This is just.
You didn't think that was helpful information?
Like, I'd rather.
I can sum up what he's saying real quick. He's saying there's no sense of urgency in the black community. The shit that we claiming.
I never said that. I never said there was no urgency. You're talking about it right.
Hold on.
Well,
hold on. I'm talking.
I'm a goddamn summarizer. We don't act like we oppressed.
Why do y'all think I need fucking help when I'm starting?
Shut the fuck up, Devin.
Hold on. I got y'all. Rob, it's okay for you to just say, hey, I just want to disagree with black folks because I'm jealous of black folks.
Oh, that is such a code.
Nobody's talking about Mexicans, and
I don't give a fuck about my oppression because I don't believe I'm oppressed. We're two different.
Right, but that's why you feel like you need to talk over me. I get it. But what I'm saying is that it is okay that you're not actually here to have a conversation and move the conversation forward, right? Because even when it was time to concede and say, damn, it's not a pity party because we just got an article that shows that it just recently happened, that your argument is falling on deaf ears at this moment because you are full of shit. And it is
you
okay.
Can say that. That doesn't make
I'm not just saying it is by your own fucking logic. I don't have time to waste with idiots. All right. You need to go ahead and go drink some fucking tequila somewhere. I don't know. But I don't have time to be acting like you are not doing what you are doing. Like I'd rather you just be, I'm talking. I'd rather you just be a man and say, hey, I just don't support it. And that's fine. And then we could just
move. I disagree.
You can move and we can move forward. Podcast asked you simple question. He put you in the corner and he did a marvelous job of it. It's no way you could talk yourself out of it and be nice about it and say, this is what I meant. We understand what the fuck you are doing and it's okay.
No, you don't.
It's okay. It's just okay. Black man, unfiltered Edward to $10.
Thank you. Jesus Christ. Somebody with the info. Appreciate it.
Hold on. What did he say? Denoris Richardson.
Thank
39,
you.
A black man who was found hanging in a remote area miles from his home in Colbert County, Alabama.
See, that's all I wanted. Just somebody with the info. I can verify that. That's
you could say that on mute.
Afro Nerd Radio, $10. 81 is when whites were punished for the lynching of Mike Donald. A year before Thriller's release. Late 60s was business as usual with no punishment.
True. I don't know what's the problem with just saying, hey, I looked at this thing wrong.
No, you're not liking my answer. That's all this is.
No, oh my God.
It's funny, we even agree on a lot of shit. You're acting like
hold on, Rob. Please don't tell me what I'm doing. We gave you
you're telling me what I'm doing.
You can look at it yourself. You want more information? Read it. This is a different one. This is a completely different one.
I love how asking for information.
This is a completely different one from what you are asking for. That's true now.
All I was asking for with the lady, what she said was, I just wanted some info to verify that. You say it in vague terms.
Okay, so how many times you got? Okay, we
I was
passed
driving.
that part of hold on. We passed that part of the conversation. Thank you. We understand what you asked for. We delivered the information to you. That's it. There's no need for us to keep on going and talking about all I want. We gave you what you wanted.
You understand that was a side part of the conversation
that you fucking wanted. So it's okay. We understand who you are and what you are. We understand that your people voted a certain fucking way.
I don't give a shit about my
Hold on. Is this the same guy that was complaining that the other guy was asking woman questions earlier? Because now you're giving woman splaining nonsense. Like, do you know how many times you've explained that you just wanted the information? My goodness gracious.
Like, all right, so let's move it forward. It's okay. Podcast put him in a vice grip. He can't get out of.
I didn't know you saw that. I didn't know you saw that, Shay.
Can I chime in real quick?
I was supposed to be Tough Man podcast. I believe you done. I think that's
okay. I'll be fast.
I think that was a great submission by podcast because he has more patience than me because I've seen it a mile away. I just don't have the time and patience to actually make the person physically say. That was just insane that he can't see it. Maybe he'll play it.
You understand that was a side point? Can I just clarify that?
Go ahead, Tough Man.
If the other gentleman wanted a second to say what he was going to say,
no,
I've got everything I want to say written down, so it's going to be pretty quick.
It's okay. Go ahead, Tough Man.
So this is the thing that I am in fear of being accused of what the other gentleman is being accused of is not contributing positively, which it's the way she goes, I guess. But I'll just say this: is we're all oppressed. And I know this because I'm a non-binary, transgender, transracial, paleo-vegan ghost. It's a wolf every second Tuesday. And I'm also a witch. All right? So let's just go through, like, you guys, I'm listening to back in the 60s, and then we're talking a couple hundred years ago, and the Underground Railroad. We're talking about a lot of different things, right? So let's go back to the witch trials. That wasn't black people doing that. That wasn't white people doing that to black people, right? That was white people doing that to white people, right? So
you sure?
I lost some friends. Well, a friend. I don't know if I lost them, but just we weren't as close after this because one time we were having this exact discussion. And I said, Irish people have been treated as badly and Scottish people by the Crown as badly or worse. Technically worse because they're still treated pretty badly than black people ever were during slavery. So it's
in what ways? So go ahead and explain to us what ways
he wrote it down, so let's get it all the way out.
The Irish slaves died quick.
Irish people were never slaves, dummy. They were indentured servants, you stupid motherfucker.
And they still were dying.
Did you just say that?
They were indentured servants. Cut that shit off your head. Cut the shit off and read a book, bitch.
See, this is evidence right here. They want the pity party.
Child, bitch. You're an imbecile. You know nothing about history. Just to even say that, you know nothing about Irish history. You know nothing about world
everything
history.
About Irish history. And
why don't you go? No, ma'am.
So tell
it's
us
my turn to speak.
Baby,
it's my turn to speak.
Right.
You disrespectful
and I'm asking
cunt.
you to clarify what you
I'm the king of motherfucking YouTube.
Cracker.
You will recognize my
weirdo. Are you fucking
stupid
serious?
imbecile?
You lip dick bitch. Are you
you?
Absolutely.
You fucking imbecile.
Okay. And I'm still doing better than you and the old looking bitch you lay next to every night.
You're using emotion to argue.
Every night. That's aging in dog years.
You sound
I
like
know
a
more than
barking
her ass.
dog.
And I still know more than the bitch that you lay next to who is aging in dog years. Right. Tell you bitch you lay next to.
Like a
That's
barking
what she sounds
dog.
like.
Blah,
because
blah,
she's aging
blah,
in dog
blah.
years, right?
You have no
that
substance to your
let
argument,
the dog
ma'am.
lick her in the mouth. The bitch let the dog lick her in the mouth.
Substance. It's not
you
your
turn.
turn.
Got dog hair covered. You covered in dog hair.
It's not your turn.
We had to literally teach you hygiene, and you still have not learned.
It's not your turn, imbecile.
It doesn't matter. I take the turn, bitch. You're the imbecile because you don't know who I am, stupid bitch. And so
I'm the king of motherfucking YouTube
because you don't matter.
This is my kingdom. This is my kingdom.
It is not.
I own everything here. You're my subject.
No, you don't. You ain't. Go ahead, get the fuck out of here. Where y'all get this delusional motherfucker from? You doing drugs?
Do you mind if I chime in real quick?
You doing drugs?
Yes, I do. All right. So let's try to. Okay, hold on.
You're disrespectful. Just tell us how they were treated worse. You're doing all this talking not to answer the question.
Shut up, imbecile.
Okay, hold on.
You're the imbecile because you're lying.
Hold on. Let them lie and then clean, and you cook them up after. Get finished with your story, 10th man.
Let's go through
Sharon, check
the
your
fact
cash
that
out.
imbecile. Let's go through the fact that what happened over the past 20, 25 years in the Middle East or more. So is that racism? No. Let's talk about China and the atom bombs. Talk about that. Is that racism? No. The eradication of gays by transition. Is that racism? Nope. People just kill people. The end results of this is AI generated black Yahtzees.
Who gonna let a racist
Because
tell
of
them what
political
is and
correct
isn't racist?
man.
Who lets a racist tell them what is and isn't racist?
Oh God, shut up, cunt.
That's
Jesus.
Kicked out of the
crazy.
DMV, imbecile.
That's
Sometimes you get kicked out of the
crazy.
DMV.
Hey, Sharon, I'm gonna get out of here. Can I
After.
close?
We can correct. Let's correct it after. Go ahead, finish your story.
The
Why you
depths.
letting this
The
asshole
depths.
even sit here?
Let's talk
and
about the depth. Oh
spew
man,
this
you are
stupidity?
so dumb. You
Right.
can't even let
Everybody's
someone else
able to
talk.
have a
And you can't
conversation except for you. You're
substantiate
the one that's
anything
fucking it
you're
up.
saying. So substantiate it, bitch.
Child.
So just substantiate it, bitch.
Child.
Right.
Yeah, not crazy.
Right.
Yo,
Manners.
Tam,
How would
before
they
you hold
treat
on,
it better?
Tam,
Shut
before you go on,
up.
can
I mean,
I
how
just
would they
close?
treat it
I'm gonna
worse?
leave. I'm gonna get out of here. Can I close real quick? I'm just 30 seconds.
No, you could just no. You don't have to announce when you're leaving.
Bye.
Then I know, right? And then let's talk about how black people have arguments
Substantiate
about
it.
and Chinese people
No,
about what the depths of color people are.
no. Substantiate
Just
how
making
Irish people were
you
treated
sound
worse.
exactly like a dog.
Right.
Ruff, 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 ruff.
Yeah, and
That's
the
how you
bitch that
sound.
How
you
about you
with look like a
substantiate how they
dog,
weren't
right?
treated worse, and
Although
you
you
wait your
probably around
fucking
here
turn?
sucking dick, right?
Proves
You have
nothing.
bro sex, don't you? Bro sex. That's what y'all
Imbecile.
crackers call it, right? When y'all get together
She's
as
just mad because
homeboys
he's obviously
and
not
end up
getting any
sucking
dick.
each other's dicks. That's what y'all call it, ain't it? It's called bro sex.
You jealous of the
You
dick he's
No,
getting?
why would
are
I
the
ever
one
want a
who
sun-spotted, a little dick, little pink dick? Nobody wants that, but you all.
You
You all
haven't
don't
had
even
any
want
dick in
it.
a long
That's
time. I
why
can tell by
all
the
the
tone of
damn
your
gay
voice.
white boys be chasing after black men because they
You're
want
a
black
bigot.
dick too. They
This
know that your
lady
dicks is little.
bigot.
So if your fellow
Bigot.
compatriots don't even want your shit, then why would any of us,
Bigot.
baby? Right.
Bigot.
You sound like you
Baby.
take whatever you can
Bigot.
get at this point.
Baby.
No,
You're real,
baby,
Tim.
that's science.
Bigot.
You're
It's not
real,
a bigot.
Baby.
It's science. Go look it up.
Bigot.
Go look it up.
Bigot.
All
You're a
right.
bigot.
All right. So okay. All right.
You
All
are
right.
the reason why
substantiate
there's
Okay. Hold on.
racism.
All right. Just
I
back
can
to
You just
hold on.
wait.
Okay, y'all got it
No,
out.
you.
Okay, my
Okay.
bad.
Okay. Everybody
I'm
got
not
it
done.
out. Hold on. Relax.
Yeah,
Let me
can he
read
get
some
his turn?
Hold on. Let me just read some super chats so we can get back to conversations. We can disprove whatever we need to disprove. Go ahead, Diva.
All right. Oh, and look at me, still talking. LL, $10. Sharon, this is getting more and more ridiculous.
I know you're loud as fuck.
Renee, $5. Thank you for the super sticker. Black Men Unfiltered Network, Sharon, you better not say nothing else to black men until you fight both these white boys and win. Not and win.
Oh man. Look at this one. Look at this one being all messy as hell.
Ew.
Sharon, I felt like I had to come back. You don't let these clears get the best of you.
Y'all are insane. I'm having a
racist.
Racist.
Yo,
that's
so
racist.
Loud. She's
hold
rude.
on, everybody, please. We are having a conversation, and this is what we are attempting to have. I understand it's not an easy conversation to have. We got a lot of personalities, a lot of different races, truths being told, untruths being told, and people thinking that because black people just speak their mind about what happened to them, that it is a pity party. I get it. But clearly, as we just mine it out, we see that it is not true. So let's just keep trying to mine it out. 10th man, I believe you almost done, correct?
Over half done.
Okay.
Whites kill all races. All races kill all races. And discriminate based on a multitude of factors. Race is simply a scapegoat to separate the plebes. The cure is not referring to people by race, like the lady who just came up and said clears racist, just like Morgan Freeman said, right? We shouldn't be tied. That's racist. And it is the oppression, just like somebody said earlier, it's the oppression Olympics. And like to say, less words, more substance from you people. I'd like to see a lot more of that.
No, okay. Okay, that's a good. That's it. Hold on. Let's have a conversation. Let's not just say why we or what. There's no sense of saying that. We can just have the conversation and destroy talking points, please. I do not understand why we cannot just destroy talking points. We do not have to say anything else and attack the person. Let's act like we have some intelligence about ourselves. We know we can because they're saying bullshit. So when they say bullshit, we should defeat it. So we can have evidence of the defeat of these people. When people lie or they gaslight in order, like how Rob was doing, and when we mine it out, regardless how stupid a person is, it's better if they prove themselves and put their own foot in their mouth.
Ain't no white man that can say butt breaking and I'm
It's okay, but that's better if they can't substantiate because it shows the intelligent level. That's okay. We can do that.
No, it shows they're racist.
Okay.
Not once brought up your guys' race, but you're bringing it up a lot. Are you racist?
I do not want to. Hold on. I do not want to have a conversation about that. Let's just attack the points. Let's just attack the points. I don't want to just talk about him precisely. It's not about him. It's not about him. All right. Anybody
fighter complex?
Anybody want to talk about his points before we move on to the next speaker?
I would like to.
I wanted to ask a question and have him substantiate how the Irish.
But he can't. You know he can't.
I wish you would.
Okay. All right. So
can I go there?
Okay. Hold on. Afro Nerd, let them have their quick back and forth, and both parties attempt to have it civilly as much as you can. Please go ahead. PhD Diva and 10th Man.
Okay. I asked the same question 11 times, baby. Either you can answer it or you can't.
So are you asking me to substantiate Irish history to you because you don't know it?
No, I'm telling you to tell me how they were treated worse than black people. That's what I'm asking you.
Okay.
Because they were slaves for thousands of years. Thousands of years.
That's your substantiation?
Drawn and quartered.
Okay. They were never chattel.
You know nothing about Irish history.
Next. Okay. They were never chattel.
Next. Eradicated it.
Next. They were never chattel, so they were not treated worse. Get the fuck out of here, bitch.
Whoa.
Spider, that doesn't help.
Way worse for way longer.
Please make me okay, so what happened to them?
Right. So that's how you would
substantiate. Don't just tell me they were slaves. What happened to them?
They were literally livestock.
No, okay, hold
on. So were
black
people.
The king would ride in. That's where the origination of
no. Just tell us what happened to them.
The F word
were
came
they
from.
Great? Because that
it was called
black people.
Yes, because it was called women. You ask questions and then won't listen to the answers.
But I don't need that whole story. Just tell me what happened to them.
In school. That's why you got no education.
Right, and that's why I ended up with a PhD. Next, so just tell me what happened to them.
Lesbian dance theory?
No, actually a STEM field, but nevertheless, next.
But you
tell me what happened to her.
Yo, she doesn't comport herself like she got that degree, bro. This is embarrassing, bro. This is embarrassing.
So let her embarrass.
Okay, well, I'm gonna keep you from being embarrassed, Fighter. Hold on for a second, baby. I'm finna drop you.
That doesn't. I don't know why y'all think that helps. It's not time for comedy hour.
It's not comedy. This is not good.
Okay, so you can keep that.
This is a bad example for the black women in her community, right?
Yes,
I'm not a prostitute like Dominican women. So until I start selling pussy like your grandmother and your mother and your auntie, then don't tell me shit. All them bitches you from back in Dominican Republic are selling pussy.
God, you're just trash in every way, aren't you,
right?
You're trash.
Right. Me and your fucking ancestors. Me and your ancestors, bitch. We on the same page. Yeah. So trash that, motherfucker.
All right. So, okay. So he couldn't substantiate how they had a worse.
That was uncalled for. That was uncalled for, Sharon.
Okay, that's not what you're saying. Is not called for. We're trying to have a conversation.
Tell her to say sorry.
It's not time for the comedy album. I'm asking you nicely, please. I'm already aggravated enough trying to mine out the conversation. I don't need just peanut gallery talk, please. It's not an easy conversation. I don't need.
You're doing good, by the way. You're doing good. It's a lot of conversation to manage.
It is.
Check your cash app, Sharon.
So hold on. So
she kicked me.
I think I was next.
Yes, Afro, you could go. 10th man, do you have any final thoughts, 10th man?
People are the reason why.
Just like the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
All right, so Flo can't be kicked because he is part streaming with us, PhD. So you have a
suck it.
So
I wouldn't be able to find it. You sunspot weirdo. You stringy hair, dog smelling bitch. Like, no, don't offer me your penis. No, thank you. I like real men, baby.
I can
love
hear
real
the fat in your voice. Don't worry, it wasn't a real offer.
Oh my God.
And
I've never
everybody
seen you. I know that you're
and
fat.
knows that I'm a size 2. So that shows how much you know, dumb white boy.
Prove it.
Damn, yo. Why is Diva acting like this, yo?
Fighter, I
Like,
promise you,
I'm why would I prove it to a white boy that I would never even want? You have sunspots. Show us your sunspots so we can count them, and then I can go puke.
I don't have any sunspots.
Yes, you do.
Sunspots.
You do. Y'all all
Show us
have
that-
sunspots. You
show
got
us
those
that you're
little
not
brown moles that all of y'all have, and they are unsightly and disgusting.
So is your fatness.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, lucky for me, I'm a size 2, bitch.
Diva, you got your PhD on Timu? Like, why you acting like this?
All right, so fighter, you take a time out. So all right,
No.
we're gonna pass it to Afro Nerd. Afro Nerd want to actually talk towards it as well. Go ahead, Afro
all
Nerd.
right.
And then I'm gonna bring in. Let me just set the stage, and then I'm gonna bring in Aaron. Aaron want to have a conversation as well, and anybody could go in after that. So I believe everybody would get a chance to talk, and typically go after Aaron. Matter of fact, go ahead, Afro Nerd.
All right. So a lot was discussed. Can I speak?
Yes.
It's okay. All right. So a lot has been talked about, right? A lot. Just everyone's just going in different directions. So I'm just going to try to hit it real quick. So when someone talks about World War II and the Japanese and that kind of thing, I find it fascinating that anytime they bring these topics up, if you're going to be close to being accurate, you had something called the Marshall Plan, right? So the gentleman that's shaking his head, I'm kind of confused that there's no such thing as a Marshall Plan.
No, I wasn't. It wasn't towards you.
Okay, all right.
He's an idiot.
All right, so
what the fuck is that, yo?
Oh, go ahead and use my credit on him, Sharon. Drop fighter.
Goddamn, fighter, you have any final thoughts, fighter?
This is why
Diva. Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
I get it now. You pay to be tolerated places.
And yet here you still are, and I ain't gave you shit. Go ahead and take your
I'm
leave.
here for
baby.
free, just
Go
to
ahead
ruin
and
your
take
fat
your
day.
leave, sweetie pie. Go ahead and take your leave.
All right.
No. I'm here for you, PhD Diva.
Let Afro Nerd finish his thought.
Okay, so I'm just hitting different angles. So when you talk about war, right? People do get recompense. They do get paid from war. So the fact that you could actually drop a bomb on the Japanese and then pay your enemy through the Marshall Plan. That's why the Japanese are actually doing better than the Americans. The German industry is better than Americans industry because they're newer. We paid our enemies, right? So when they bring these things up, I find it fascinating. The way that many of these alleged gentlemen, I say that loosely, are acting, that anytime you discuss your history, at all times, you're a victim. That's just not flying, right? There's history books, there's archive. The history is what it is. You see, it's fascinating that the same history, if you talk about Confederate history, they'll let that fly. But Confederate history is the same time period. So you only get to tell your side of the story, but when it's my turn, all of a sudden, it's painful. You can't talk about the Civil War as being, well, whites died for you to keep you from being enslaved, for you to be emancipated. Well, they were also on the other side trying to fight to keep me a slave. So you can't, two things can exist at the same time. The issue that I have is when you use the acronym MAGA, Make America Great Again, and we know what that means. Where can Black people go in time? You can't have this argument about these things are lesser than. Well, let's say 3/4 of Black life was at a disadvantage. I'm just giving it a fraction. 3/4 was at a disadvantage. So if you've been disadvantaged 3/4 of your existence, How are you supposed to reverse that? So 20, 30, 40 years of affirmative action, 5 years of DEI is so painful. You flip that on the other side, all that disadvantage, 5 years of pain, white folks can't understand that. See, it's an unfair argumentation, and they're never going to admit it because it's too painful to discuss how that is. When you tell the truth scholastically, it's not 2 + 2 is not painful. It is 4. It's simple and plain. And this notion of indentured servitude, whether it's Gaelic or a medieval slavery for the Irish, I can appreciate their suffering, right? But your name is McKinley. My last name could be McKinley. Shaquille O'Neal. Have you seen what Shaquille O'Neal looks like? How does a black man have a name like O'Neal? There's a reason for that, right? But 7 years with your name and culture is different than 70 years and different than owning your grandparent and your great-grandparent and your great-great-grandparent. It's a different thing. And then after that, you have Jim Crow and all the disadvantage on the books. Where is the black man's Marshall Plan? Because if you're going to bring up war, where people get paid for bombs being dropped on them, where is the Marshall Plan for black people? I land the plane. They're not going to answer the question fairly, though. That's it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Aaron.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings to the chat. So I do remember the genesis of this conversation being, how can we come together and fight against the powers that be? This is your answer.
How are we doing?
Because if we're to actually try to look for a solution, we must first be willing to understand the problem. And when that problem's articulated to you, you cannot stop at everything to rebut it. That tells me you're being disingenuous about seeking a solution. Unless you have a problem of your own you want to find a solution to. But if you're asking someone else for a solution, you must first understand what they believe the problem is to be. So that's the first thing I'd like to say. Second thing I'd like to say is, historically, whether or not racism exists now and systemic racism exists, systematic doesn't. There's a difference. But whatever your belief is, the fact is it used to exist, and we have not received reparations for the systemic and systematic racism that has formerly existed. And until we receive reparations, you can't even have the conversation in good faith manner, assuming that we're starting on an equal playing field, because we simply aren't. The bottom line is, if racism has ended or not, there are trickle-down benefits that exist to this day. If racism is fully deceased, that says nothing for the benefits that continue to survive. And if you think those benefits have died, the only way to make those benefits die is to level the playing field. And that is to reverse the advantages that racism has historically brought to one population of people. And if you can't tell me a point in time where that reversal has taken place, then you have not a leg to stand on. But this is why the black community has to do for the black community and not be so interested in including other communities. Because if there's one thing certain and two things for sure, if you don't study history, acknowledge history, and continue to move away from history, history is doomed to repeat itself. And this is exactly how history could repeat itself, is because they will Trojan horse their way into your operation under the false guise of wanting a solution. It's as clear as day. If you want a solution, then come to the table in good faith, not disingenuously.
Are you talking to me?
Or was that Ooh, a guilty conscience needs no accusing. That's what my mama taught me.
I'm the only white person up here.
There were multiple up here.
I assume that you might not. I figured it out because I don't want to ignore him if he is.
Aaron, you didn't even say white. You literally said if there needs to be a correction, then do that. And it was space and emptiness. And then the person that should have responded responded.
Hit dog taller.
Hold on. Hold on. Would you like to respond to Aaron?
No. I don't think it applies to me unless he says it does.
But he jumped out there. Who, me?
Okay.
So I'm asking Aaron because he made the comment. I don't want to ignore him if he was
okay.
talking
So
to me.
let Aaron answer. Go ahead, Aaron. Would you?
Well, let me ask you a couple of clarifying questions. Are you looking for a solution?
Yes.
To what problem?
To the racial divide.
And what do you believe that racial divide to be?
That's a broad question. Refine it.
All right. And okay. To whom are you asking for this solution?
I'm not asking for shit.
You just said you're looking for a solution.
I'm having a discussion.
You're looking. You said you're looking for a solution. From whom are you looking for this solution?
I'm not looking for it from anyone. It would be in everyone's best interest, I believe. But I'm not expecting anything, and I'm not necessarily offering anything. What are you requesting?
No, I've not requested anything. I've simply made assertions. Have you not in this conversation said several times you're looking for a solution?
I think that I'm having a discussion in good faith.
That wasn't the question I asked you. I asked you, have you not said several times in this conversation that you are looking for a solution?
Solution is the word that's been used. It wasn't a word that I brought up, but I went along with it. I don't know what the specific problem is that I'm solving. I don't have a problem.
I think you may be a bit too confused for me to be addressing you directly then, because what you're saying and what I have been made privy to are not congruent with one another. I'm sensing a bit of backpedaling. Because I deliberately heard you say you're looking for a solution. You're looking for a solution.
Now you framed the question that way. You framed the question that way, and then you acted as if I came up and said to you, "Hey, I'm looking for a solution." So sure, if by looking for a solution, do you mean a cooperative conversation, a good faith conversation? Sure, I guess. But you haven't identified a problem that I need a solution to. So if you're going to get hung up on,
you said you're looking for a solution to the racial divide. Those were your words. So I'm operating under that premise.
Okay.
From whom are you looking for a solution?
I think that I am providing part of the solution. I'm not expecting anything from you.
Going on mute, Sharon.
Aaron is good at this. You expecting something. You want something from him.
All right. So hey, it's not an easy conversation.
Do I get to go?
Yes, you can. Sure.
Good afternoon, good evening to all my fellow blackity black people. Happy Black Business to you. Mr. Aaron, thank you for being a gentleman. You came up and you gave such a beautiful soliloquy. Thank you for always being on my 6. Sharon, I really appreciate the fact that you do provide a situation where people can attempt to come and have conversations. So thank you. Beans, I saw you wanting to go hard on the white man's head, so I want to respect you. Rilla, I already know you got the 5 blacks, BBBBB, and Diva shutting the white boys down. Love y'all so much. I love the black people. I love being black. And you know what? They love blackness too. And you know how we know it? Because they always here. You know, when we don't go all white spaces, I don't never want to be the only black. And when I am, I'm nervous as hell. But they cool. They good. They always minding other people's business. They don't never have no solutions. He came up here talking about, oh, I'm here and I want to solve. But then when it's time to get a solution, he got a case of the well-ums. Hence, when the white folks like a Flow State, a Blue Jay, a Imprints, those folks that show up in black business, I'll be real hesitant. I don't trust them, because why is you here if you're not here to make a reconcile? Yes, 10th man, I'm blackity black, team black, blackity black. Ain't nothing better than black. And I know your white ass like black because you still here.
All right. Give me 1 second, Tip. Due diligence is my first time seeing you. How you doing?
Peace. What up?
I'm okay. You like to add to the conversation?
Well, I've been kind of in and out. Heard pieces. So I'll add as much as I can. I don't know if y'all have already covered this or not, so I'll just put it on the table.
Due diligence is cool.
Okay.
So my first question, I don't know if Flo has answered it or not. Do you think that Black people are deserving of reparations in the first place? Would be an initial question. I don't want you to answer that right now, unless you can keep it short and sweet.
No,
but
I don't.
You don't? You don't?
Nope.
Okay. And then the other thing that I was going to add is that me as a Black person, I would like reparations, but I think us as a group, as a body politics, is looking at it kind of naively. I think we want white people to put us on an even playing field. To ask white people for reparations would be to give us, economic power. I don't think that they want that. I think they want to keep themselves the majority. I think they want to keep themselves in power. And for us to look at them to pull us up to their level, to potentially surpass them, I don't think that will happen. But I am for reparations, and I just want to throw that out there. Oh, and then the other thing, because the title, it says "We the People." And the reason why I say we are naive, because we the people is Flo and his people, right? When the Constitution was enacted, they wasn't thinking about us, so all the rights and everything that the Constitution affords is not for our people. We came in the 14th Amendment, and I will say what Malcolm X said: if we are real citizens, then we wouldn't need extra laws. Extra laws prove that we are some type of second-class citizens, because if we weren't, then the laws would just apply. We wouldn't need civil rights. We wouldn't need 14th Amendment citizen status. So we the people is an appropriate title for the conversation, because we are not part of the people, even though we look at ourselves as such, but we're not.
So
Okay.
can I jump in?
Yes. Let me just read. I got just 3 of them. Read these super chats, and then yes, Flo, you could go ahead and jump right in.
All right, Devin D, $5. I'm broke, baby. We don't move with any sense of urgency to be oppressed to the level we say it's still happening. Sugar Bum, member for 4 months. I don't feel oppressed under the leadership of white men, only Black. I love it. Tara Toy with the $20. Please ask white man if he thinks foundational Black Americans should be reparations, cash as repair solution to be made whole.
Okay, so I guess answer it and then go ahead with what you want to say.
No, I don't believe in reparations.
Okay.
And what I wanted to say is that, you don't know it, but you basically, just to come full circle, you made the point that I started on, and I just lost it, which is basically that we are one team. This was my original point. We Americans, regular ass American people, are all on the same team if you allow it. That's what I was saying to OG earlier, and now I'll say it to you.
Okay. Can I respond to that?
Okay.
I think, excuse me, I think America puts that ideology out there like they act like they want that to be the case, but in reality, that's not the case. I think the idealism of America: come to America, we're accepting all immigrants, pull yourself up by your bootstrap, it's the American dream. I think that's just propaganda. I do think that they want people here, and I do think that they want people to participate in this business, but I do think they want to keep their position at the top of the hierarchy at the top. You know what I mean? So I do think this
You're
real
talking
life.
about white people? Is that they?
I'm talking about the people that founded the country and their relatives, their progeny. And like the Constitution says, we the people established this nation for our kids, for our people.
You're talking about like the elite.
Excuse me?
You're talking about like the power elite.
Well, if that's the people that run the country, do you agree that the people that came over here that founded this country want to stay in power and want to have the majority and want to be in power and want to stay in power?
Yes, I do agree, and that was also part of my original point. I think that it's primarily a classism struggle or concern at the top, and I think that race is used successfully, I might add, to keep the masses divided against each other.
I agree, but then there's a conflict because the people that's at the top of the class are majority white here in America. So I don't want to turn it into a particularly race thing because I understand what you're trying to say and I agree with you. But the problem is it still makes it a racial issue at the end of the day because, you know, you have people that's actually blocking other people out of industries, you know, out of manufacturing. Like we don't have a part in, you know, the diamond industry, the oil industry, like no type of manufacturing. Black people don't have no say in no type of industry. We are just consumers or retailers, but are not manufacturers, makers. We don't control no utilities, nothing of the such. And I think it's naive for Black people to think that the people that's in power that have those things monopolized give us a piece of any of those things. And I'm not saying that it's right or wrong, but I just think that we need to take our own power back and do for ourselves instead of asking for handouts. You know, but I am for reparations, though. If we get it, I'm gonna be the first one with my hand out, though. I'll say that.
And also, to piggyback off of that last comment, make sure you're hitting that like and the share button. This is how we get these difficult conversations out in the open. Clearly, we as human beings have not spoken with each other enough. Clearly, even though it's 2025, we do.
Let me ask a question. When you done? When you done?
They wanted Flo to answer the question why you don't believe reparations should be divvied out to Black people.
Because I don't believe that people who didn't commit a crime should be obligated to pay people who weren't victims of it.
Okay, but you know that the U.S. government is the one that committed the crime, right?
Yeah, it comes out of the taxpayers.
Okay, so so it's not for people that did not commit the crime.
Wait, the U.S. government didn't commit the crime.
One second. Private. Was slavery legal when slavery was legal?
Yes, it was.
There's private owners.
So hold on. So yes, it was. So that was the point of asking that.
So you're saying you sell somebody a car. You do a transaction on that car, everything's legal, but later on you go and it's as is sale, right? And later on you're like, oh, I don't want to do this no more. I want my money back. That's slavery has been a common theme throughout history.
Okay, all right. So this is okay. So this is where the confusion part comes from. It's not just because it was slavery. It was the way how it was done to certain people on this land. So it was done egregiously. It was the worst physical to the people that was done here. And the people
with your
time,
perception
and the people of the time put it in law that it is owed 40 acres and a mule. So I don't know why it's such a argument about giving what is owed to what they did to a certain group of people.
And if that were true, then I would support it. But that wasn't ever a law, or it was a look it up.
Okay, so hold on, y'all. So we look it up. So they started giving out the 40 acres.
Somebody who was
white folks that had slaves, right? They got reparations. They got paid for having getting their slaves took away. So therefore, why not?
Most of them, no.
It's okay.
In the South, all right. Most white people in the South got their shit demolished.
That's not a true statement. So,
it's okay.
Sharon, what you're talking about is
let's mine out the fucking information.
I am mining it out. Andrew Jackson.
So you think you could do it better than what I'm? So you don't feel like I'm doing a sufficient job?
No,
that's what it is.
Absolutely not. Because historically, we can talk history. Andrew Jackson is the person that reversed reparations. He is also the person that did what? The Indian Removal Act. Many people do not understand that Black people have had several classifications. one of the things that happened with classifications is we changed our classifications so that we could vote. That's why a lot of Black people hate the word Negro, and they damn sure don't like African American. If you are from the southern area, if you are a person from Texas, you understand very well the way that racism and slavery work. You do not get to have the benefit of 200 years of free labor and then come back and say, well, I didn't do it. No, you didn't do it, but you definitely still benefit. You understand that you
go cry to the Middle Easterns that sold them to America, and the Black people that sold them to them.
Both parties, hold on.
Hold on. Is what?
Hold on.
And it's 1%.
Hold on.
Burning this bitch down for 1%. One.
I don't understand why you act like you don't hear me. The fuck is the problem? I don't know why it's so difficult for people to have a conversation. This shit is crazy to me. This is absolutely insane to me.
If you can't say it in less than 100 words, you don't even understand what you're talking about.
That was not the time for you to start talking. That was not the opening. That was not the spot right there.
I'm back. A quick thing, if I can.
Like I'm the victim of at least 25 hate crimes up here. The racism that I've experienced up here and homophobic attacks is unsurmountable.
Okay, so that's fine. Hold on, please. Hold on. That's fine and fair. And now, with you saying that, would you think it's okay for us to say, get over it?
Yes, I think it's hilarious. Go ahead, make fools of yourselves and cry like children.
No, I'm actually go and
demand reparations. Allow me to finish my thought.
Tough man.
Go and
hold on, tough man. I'm not the. I understand you might be feeling attacked. I'm not the one attacking you. I'm trying to attempt.
I've had this conversation thousands of times.
Okay, but I'm not the person that you had it with. So
yeah,
please,
it's pretty much the same conversation.
If you don't want to have the conversation, so we can attempt to move forward, the way how you are feeling that you keep getting attacked over and over again is what we're trying to get other people to understand, right? And just say, "Hey, I understand you feel attacked, so now we could have the understand. I got some empathy for you. You felt attacked, and so now we can move forward because I could empathize with you. Say, all right, so now let's move forward. How can we do something about it? You know what happened with people done things about it, right? Y'all could get married, so on and so forth, right? So things have been done. So I don't understand why is it such an issue when we just want the things that was promised to us to get done.
Because I don't see any states in America right now saying, let's bring black slavery back, but I do see 9 states trying to abolish gay marriage. So I'm listening to people who
So let's stop it right there. That's a good place to stop it. So the problem is a lot of things when black folks say, hey, this is looking like a certain thing, it's like they trying to take away certain things. People would say that we having a pity party is the issue. It is okay to shit on when we start feeling a certain way, but it's not okay for you. You feel like, hey, they taking something away from me. Now you want to jump up and say, hey, this is what happened to me. I'm getting punched. I'm getting beat up. I had these many crimes done to me in my own lifetime, right? You said these things happen to you, right? And all OG is saying that he's seen things happen to him as well. He's been part of movements when people that he's been with, legit activism, not social media activism, legit on the lines, life on the line activism is what he did. And so to go ahead and now say that what he's doing is a pity party is insane, especially when somebody like you telling us that you experienced things and it was real and it had consequences on you in real time.
Man.
And let's not act like as if I muted you, dude, because you have a background noise. Let's not act like as if your feelings or what happened to you is not for real. And so now we cannot go ahead and turn the feelings that happened to other black folks in this country are not real and to be and be just disingenuous and say and call it a pity party. It's not fair.
I would like them to engage in this hypothetical right quick. So Flo and Tenth Man, you guys are the white guys on the panel. And Flo, if I remember correctly, you said that you don't believe in reparations because you don't think that people should be punished for things that they didn't do, correct?
I don't think that we need the government in the business of going back and resolving the past and smoothing out everything for everybody. You want to talk about a tangled mess?
Okay.
We're here. We start now. We move forward.
So I think you're being a little bit disingenuous. Let me respond to him if you don't mind. I think you're being a little bit disingenuous when you say the government shouldn't be involved, because like they already brought it up that the government played a part in slavery also. They actually legalized it, right? They also dehumanized us, right? So the government has a big part in it. So when you say the government shouldn't be involved, the government played a big part of it. Also, you said that people shouldn't be punished for things that they didn't do, or you don't believe in that type of thing. So let me give you a hypothetical, right? Let's say your great grandfather, right? You never met him, and somebody, murdered him and took over his business, and now the person that murdered him are now flourishing, and are being successful with your inheritance that would have came to you. Now here in the present, you find out about it, right? The police bring it to your attention. Hey, we found the guy who murdered your great grandfather, and here's your inheritance because these people have been operating this man's business as if it was theirs. Would you accept the inheritance?
And they offered me his inheritance. What was that part again?
Would you accept the inheritance? The analogy that I'm trying to make here, Flo, is that we built a lot of businesses. We built a lot of things in America. We also did a lot of free slave labor. A lot of stuff got built off our backs. And there's a lot of wealthy white families here in the U.S. right now that came into existence off of slave labor. And we believe that we are entitled to some of that, if not all of it. Would you disagree with that?
Could I please just have 30 seconds? Due diligence. Listen. So,
I want you guys to answer that concisely and directly before you move on.
That's what I'm trying to.
Let me answer the question. I do not agree with it. I don't agree with it. If you go rummaging around through everybody's past, you're going to find injustices all throughout human history. I don't know why yours is special. Native Americans had it real bad. They've got wiped out entirely.
But Flo, I asked you to put yourself in your shoes. If your great grandfather got murdered and somebody took his inheritance, would you want that back?
If I could get it, I'd certainly take it. And if you can get reparations, you should certainly take it. But you're asking,
then you believe in reparations, then, Flo?
Huh?
You do. Then you believe in reparations. You do.
Well, I mean, if it's something that you can get, I would not tell you not to take it for sure if they're doing that. But if you said, would you support enacting this? No, I wouldn't.
So hold on. So the problem is that people. Yeah. So what is the reserves when they the reservation? Is that not a form of reparations?
It is.
So this is what I want to ask, because
reservation those are closer to camps.
So Ron, before you go further, I want to say
with a question.
Well, no, but no, it will be a question.
His mic.
No, we want to answer the previous question.
Oh no, that too. It's bring it back with your question too, my brother.
Just one second. I'm fast. So due diligence.
Oh, gee, you are elder. Don't let him shut you up.
I've been waiting for you, PhD. I got to choose Tide in a minute. Just hold on.
So I'm trying to respond to what he's saying. Is due diligence. Then why wouldn't you go find out what specific family that is? Why is it then? So let's say I'm Canadian, right? And I move down to the US, just like I've been experiencing up here. There's not like, can you imagine what it's like being from the town where there's not really racism that you guys are talking about? Because it was the end of the Underground Railroad, and then be addressed derogatorily because of my sexual preference, and also my race, and it's hilarious, right?
Ask your question, so, man.
I'm trying to. You guys talk a lot, and then you try to speed me up because like what I'm saying.
Quick. Wait a minute, you want to say
I am.
quick?
Dude,
engage
it's like 10 more words and you guys just can't stop. Disgusting. So this is the problem, due diligence, is why wouldn't you go and find that specific family that owned your ancestors or whatever and then try to get reparations like that? Why would it be me? Why would it be my responsibility or Flo's responsibility to be held responsible for what happened in the past? You want special rights, right? You want to just generally we're going to punish everybody to make somebody else equal. That's disgusting. Disgusting.
So let me answer. Please let me answer. I'm gonna be short. I'm gonna be short and sweet, please. To be short and sweet, I think that is a part of it, 10th man. My last name, I will try to hold them responsible. Also, I think that is a part of reparations, but why discount the government whenever they enable slavery? So we're not making everybody responsible. You gotta let me answer your question. I did not interrupt you.
You said why would they do that?
Hold on, bro. You got to hold on, right? So to answer your question, yes, the family that owned my family would be responsible, but since the government enabled it, they will be responsible too. Now that's not making everybody in the world, but the government pays people through taxes. You know what I'm saying? And if people are against it, then that's your issue. But I didn't create the law of reparations. The government did. So you should ask the government why the law exists if can't nobody use it. I said when we try to use it, you guys want to turn into victims. Whenever we have been victimized, I'm not a victim, but I have been victimized. So you should ask the government why the law exists if we can't fucking use it.
Great
point.
That's why it doesn't.
That's a very
so
good
you agree
point.
with collective punishment?
It's not. Hold on. So why do I need to understand this, and I want to pass it off to OG. I do not understand why you think you personally, 10th man, feel like you are going to get punished for reparations. I do not understand that.
No, you're saying you agree with collective punishment,
right? So we are not, because you are not getting punished by it. Okay. So
the national debt is over $100,000 per U.S. citizen, even babies, every single person alive at this moment. So you think that they should then become collectively punished for something that happened a long time ago? You don't want to go after. You mentioned corporations that became rich and blah 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 blah. So is Flo involved in that somehow? And so let's say his great-grandfather was, but then the company went bankrupt to take something from him too. This doesn't make any sense. And the Civil War families that fought to abolish slavery, they got to pay. Everybody's got to pay.
So I think the problem is, I believe white people or people that think like you think that we are going to take actually something from an individual person. That is not what's happening.
Things don't magically appear. That's correct. Yeah.
So we're not talking about going find the family of the people that lost slaves and all that and saying, hey, anybody that was involved in that family, we want your money. That is not what
I would be more on board with that.
That's
here's the thing.
That's not what we are talking about.
Let me add to that. Now I'm gonna get all the way out the way.
No. We let you go, and I need to get this in before I forget it.
Yes, go ahead, OG.
All right. First thing, they made three things, and there was analogies. All right. One analogy was if if you had a contract and you want a car, you want to take it. Wait a minute. You act like it's not two parties. It might be illegal for white people. You didn't ask black people was illegal. That's number one. Number two, 10th man, you as whatever you go by as a person, trans or whatever, however you go, whatever, that's your business. But you get to choose who go in your ass. We didn't get to choose that, okay? So just get that off your table. That's number one. Just get that shit off your table. So y'all always trying to associate what y'all go through and what we go through. You choose that lifestyle. That was a lifestyle was not by community standard, and you gonna always fight against that. So don't even try to use that bullshit on us, all right? Stop associating your shit with our shit, because y'all got a shitty deal. And it's always gonna be a shitty deal.
Because you're special. Because you're special. Because you're special, right? You deserve special rights.
I'm not special.
Not equal rights. Special rights.
Wait. Let's stay to the point. Let's stay to the point, because I know you don't like me going down in this damn commode. I'm gonna go down in. Okay. So that's number 3. Sharon, earlier you asked a question, and it was a good question. The man went on and on about solution. He asked me about solution. And then all of a sudden he started backpedaling, talking about he don't give a damn about the solution. He ain't looking for a solution. Why in the hell are you here? Are you here to just cause chaos in this conversation where we can't get to some kind of mental solution or even spread the word of solution?
Maybe the solution would be you guys stop being racist and saying the white guy, the blah, blah, blah. Do you hear me saying the black guys up here? No, but you're saying the white guy, the white guy, the white guy. You guys are racist. You're coming up here. You're acting racist. You're being racist. I'm not being racist.
That's right.
But you guys are. You're the racists.
Okay.
Racist.
Let me explain something as well too, right? Because I'm all for having these tough conversations.
You guys don't like the daddy is telling you the truth.
Oh my God.
Damn, he say he y'all daddy.
You and he's bent over. Wait. Daddies don't get bent over and take one. Daddies don't get bent over and take one.
I don't want it to go there. Just let that one. It's okay.
Well, you want to start that bullshit with me?
We are not gonna.
Can I go back to the topic, please?
Just not. Can we please hold on? Y'all need to understand something.
Get it out.
Okay. I'm still trying to have a difficult conversation with everybody. I'm trying not to,
You're still doing good.
Let's try to have it in honesty. That's number one. And if we have an issue with the conversation that y'all feel like we shouldn't be having this conversation, then y'all need to say that. Because if the conversation is that difficult that everybody is like, y'all don't want to have the conversation, then I could just end the stream and tomorrow we can have a normal dick and pussy conversation that's not going to help anybody's fucking mental frame whatsoever. And we could just end this shit today because I don't understand what is so hard about just using words. Is a little weird to me. I don't know why we can't just concede to truthful things. It's a little weird to me. I don't understand how the Tef man could understand of all the things that he went through. He want that to be acknowledged, but he do not want black folks to acknowledge what happened.
No, I just want to move on from it.
Right, and we want to move on from yours. So don't bring up that you are gay. Don't bring up that you couldn't get married. Don't bring up that you got beat up and other people.
I don't think I did.
You did, but it's okay. And so the problem is that we do not look at it and say, let's just move past you getting your ass whooped.
You're arguing with the voices in your head.
So no, you were the one we were talking about juggling somebody's nuts.
Yeah, you did say it. It was you. You brought it up. It's okay. And listen,
so playing the banjo between another man's legs is making you upset.
We're gonna take a timeout real quick. Because the likes ain't there, the shares ain't there, ain't no money being made on both parties of the fucking of the stream, right? So
I got you, Sharon.
I understand that, right?
I got you. You know, mine's always coming cash out,
right? Because we hit over 300, and we still don't even got 200 likes collectively.
Man, that is pretty bad. I got $6.
Y'all get them likes up. I got some of my best jokes gonna come out in a minute. Get your likes up.
Because y'all not going to just keep on aggravating me. I'm telling y'all, I'm not going to deal with aggravation. And it is not worth the aggravation. We can't even just get likes and shares up to have difficult conversations. Shout out to Tef Man and the Power Dusty for attempting to have the conversation. And shout out to all my people that's normally here that is attempting to have the conversation as well. It's going to get catty sometimes. It is what it is.
But Sharon,
it's high emotions being involved in the conversation. Because people is not willing to have empathy for the other person. And if we are really attempting to move forward, we got to have empathy for the other person. I'll put it into dick and pussy conversation so y'all can understand it. If my wife come home and say the garbage needs to be taken out, I do not go ahead and say, well, the dishes are dirty. It's not how solutions work.
It's disingenuous for him to claim that 10th man to claim that we're special and we want to be dealt with in a special way. But he did not answer my question whenever I asked him, why is the law on the books if people that's been victimized can't use it? So the government
What
created
law?
the law. We are just trying to use the law that already exists. So how are we acting special in any type of way when we're just trying to use a law that exists for people that have been victimized?
I don't think it exists, does it?
Yes, it does.
Reparations is on the books.
So the law was passed that if you was a victim if you was a victim of slavery, that you're supposed to give 40 acres and a mule, and they even started passing those up to 40 acres. It was up to 40 acres and a mule, right? And those things were starting to get put out, and then a president got signed and he stopped it, right? So hey, now we're in a new era. So now we want our 40 acres in the pit bull. Fuck the mule.
No. So hold on.
Hold on, y'all. Let me just read the super chat real quick. We ain't getting many, so shit. Let me just read the one that we didn't get.
Free Zone Lou, $10. You got your work cut out for you today, Sharon. Here's some coin for your troubles.
Appreciate you, Lou.
Man, white people we're supposed to be the rich ones.
No, not so. Again, so when we ask for reparations, we're not actually taking anything from your pocket, white people, since we're going to put it in that connotation. We are asking for the government to give what they said they was going to.
How does the government get revenue?
We pay taxes too. So we're going to be paying too. So you understand that too. All right? So we going to pay for our own. God damn, do you not understand this?
He understands.
The government's not a business. Last time I checked either. I know Trump is in office, but government is not a business.
I'm probably going to pay more taxes than you, Dusty, for reparation.
That's fine. You can have that one too.
I'm probably going to pay more taxes than you.
I'm not competing.
Ron, can I jump in real quick?
Let's do this. Let's get back to our regular conversation. I know Due Diligence wanted to finish his thought. Peace, do you want to jump in? Because I know you've been chiming in and out. You good, Diva?
Oh yeah, I'm good. Hey, be love, chill out.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna go Due Diligence after no one to say, and I believe Aaron wanted to say something as well. He has a lot of thoughts. Okay. So we'll go Due Diligence after Aaron, I believe, and I'm not sure what podcast want to do.
What up?
Dude, mute yourself.
All right. So go ahead, Due Diligence after Aaron for the meantime.
Yeah. So I just feel like it's disingenuous because, first of all, Flo, whenever you put yourself in our shoes, you want reparations, and you agree to that. And also, it's disingenuous when you talk about why get the government involved, knowing that the government is involved, and then it's disingenuous for 10th Man to say that we're acting special as if reparations law isn't on the book. And I'm not talking about from slavery days. I'm talking about in the present, because the Native Americans received reparations, the Jews received reparations, Asians people receive reparations on new laws, not old laws. And then let me say this. Here's the other thing. People say, well, where are we going to get the money? Now, I don't know if you guys watched the watched Trump address Congress. He just freed up $1 trillion. You know what I'm talking about? $1 trillion. You know what I'm saying? So we could potentially get it from there. And it's not a punishment. It's not punishing anybody, because you're going to pay taxes regardless. Taxes don't even have to go up. We can continue to do what we've been doing and give people reparations in all different forms. It doesn't have to be monetary. It can be land like they did with the natives. It can be all type of things. But how dare you guys just sit up here and be disingenuous as you are? That's a slap in the face.
How dare you think that I am obligated to agree with your perspective on things?
It's not about agreeing. It's about agreeing to logic, right? It's not about just disagreeing just to disagree. That's why he's saying
illogic. What is illogical in what I said?
What's illogical about what you said is that it was a law.
I just broke it down.
Yeah, he just broke that. It was a law put in place, and
no,
we
it wasn't.
I
keep saying it wasn't. I put a link backstage. It was not a law put in place. The 48 acres and mule was not put in place.
I'm not talking about that law. I'm talking about in the present, there is a reparations law. That's how the Native Americans got their reparations.
I don't like that we're paying Israel or for the Holocaust stuff. I didn't even know we were paying Japan until today.
Wow. So
That says a
But
lot.
I'm talking about your disingenuous position on reparations whenever you said you didn't like it for us, but if something happened to your
I don't like it for
grandfather,
any of
you would
them.
want to receive his inheritance.
No, it's disingenuous of you to tell me that I'm supporting those, and I'm not. I don't support any of it.
Whatever.
Okay, so go ahead, Afro Nerd, and then we get Aaron in there, so we can just.
Can I just go real quick because he addressed me? So I'll say this: thank you for not saying white boy when you addressed me, and also I forget. You guys get so emotional, and it makes me question what I'm about to say.
It might be because you're touching your friend's leg while you're trying to talk.
I'll agree with reparations if you agree that most of the people up here are racist towards white people.
Okay, fine. All right, so everybody can take some time to think about that. We want to agree to that or not. I don't think too many people actually have a problem with that. Go ahead, Afro Nerd. Go ahead, Afro Nerd, and then Aaron. Go ahead.
Okay, a couple of things. So I find Dusty disingenuous and somewhat fascinating. He's very nonchalant about the validity of reparations, right? And you have to understand that there is a process from where Africans were property to first-class citizenship status. See, there's the deficit. When you move from being property to being a citizen, right? We never went from property to whiteness. I'm not talking about being physically white. I'm talking about having the same mobility as a white person, same mobility as a white person. So when you go from property to second or third class citizenship status, therein lies a deficit, right? And that was written in the books. That was Black life, right? So this idea that there has to be compensation for why you are at a deficit. If in 1955 someone could tap.
I disagree.
Well, you can disagree, but I just disagreeing is not the same as really answering my question. The question is, there is a deficit. It's a negative sign, right? If you can't disagree that African Americans who were first class citizens after slavery, they were not first class citizens, right? So on top of that, it's not about paying individuals directly, right? You're paying an estate, and this country this is common estate or probate law. So we pay dead people all the time. So if you're paying my ancestor, you're paying a dead person. If Elvis's family collects from his work,
I understand.
Hold on, let me finish. No, Elvis's family is going to be paid ad infinitum, right? They weren't doing Jailhouse Rock in the 21st century, but they get paid for Elvis's work 60, 70 years ago, right? That's the logic of it. Now, when you talk about reparations, right? Blacks. It's funny that blacks are the only ones that get this kind of introspection and analysis on why they deserve reparations when whites have gotten reparations, right? Yeah. The GI Bill was a type of reparations allowing for home ownership. You have the GI Bill? Yeah, because blacks were excluded from that. Blacks after World War II, you can look it up. Blacks after World War II were widely excluded from home ownership, even though they came back victorious during World War II, right? White soldiers were able to go into housing developments like Levittown. There's a Levittown, Pennsylvania, and there's a Levittown in New York, no more than 30 minutes from me, right? These are from past 1945, where you had middle class. That's the entryway to middle class status that blacks were largely left out of, right?
Hold on, I got a question. Were they excluded, or are you saying that they weren't treated fairly?
Excluded.
They were
excluded.
Okay.
They were excluded, right? You had real estate covenants that said that a person could, on the books, the deed would say you are not allowed to sell this property to a Jewish or a black person. You can people today are still finding these real estate covenants, right? So there's a whole host of examples of reparations where the government gets involved, right? The UK has given out reparations. France has given out reparations. Germany famously has given out reparations. This country is built legally on tort law, right? So when someone feels that they are wronged, you are legally able, and this is what makes America so great and so unusual compared to other countries, that you're able to seek compensation when you are wronged, right? So, and people have had to go out into the streets. This idea that black folks just, one day things just got better. No, you had to have Dr. King and Malcolm X, all these people had to go out and do something and cry and do all kinds of things and to appeal to the government. And many whites just think that just didn't happen. Dr. King is a good guy now, but at the time, he was considered the most dangerous man in the country,
and a communist,
right? And a communist. So you can see
what's
interviews.
The question?
No, the question is it's more of a statement because I know it's painful. It's very painful when
I'm not denying that. I'm not denying. Go ahead.
Well, you have to agree. Look, I mentioned the Marshall Plan. When you bomb somebody, you pay them, right? So everyone else, well, you say it's stupid.
I don't agree with any of that. I think it's all stupid.
Well, it's too late. You're 70 years too late then, right? Marshall Plan's been over and done with. Yeah, but
you're asking me my opinion.
No,
my opinion is none of them should be getting paid.
Yeah, but you're not agreeing. Would you agree that after slavery, blacks were not first-class citizens?
Yes, I would say I would agree with that.
Would you agree that that is a deficit?
For them, it was a deficit.
For them. Yes. And so that's
ask him that third question, Radio. Ask him the third question.
So if
have it become fair.
Hold on.
Have it become fair.
I got it. So if there is a subtraction, how do you ameliorate that? If there is a subtraction, how you get it into the plus sign?
I am not interested in.
No, that's not answering the question. You're not answering the question.
Exactly
I know you can do it now.
I am not interested in balancing all the past injustices. Not interested in it.
How about now? There's a third question. The third question.
Video in the back. Can we play?
It's a third question. It's a third question, please.
Like 36
and Native Americans are routinely filing claims against.
Sharon, it's a third question.
Hold on. Native Americans are routinely filing claims against the U.S. government. So when people bring up the Native Americans from intermittently have received reparations. The only group, shocker, that has problems getting reparations are black people. Everybody else, whites included. You got to be fair. Well, maybe that's probably not in your DNA, apparently, Dusty. But other people, including whites, have gotten reparations. Why not black folks? How do you address? Well, look. When they showed your true colors.
I don't support it. I don't know how many times I got to tell you that.
So you don't support the you don't support the GI Bill. You don't support the Homestead Act. So you don't support. So even when whites have been advantaged, you don't want that.
Even when whites have been advantaged, disadvantaged. The past is the past.
No. Not advantage. No, advantaged. Advantaged.
Is that? Can you make it bigger?
Except when it involves our own family, because I already gave him a hypothetical and he agreed that he would want reparations for his family.
I didn't agree with that. I said if
the country's built on this.
Let me phrase this. This is not complicated. If there is a program set up where you guys can get reparations, my advice to you personally would be yes, absolutely get it if it's money available to you. But if I was in charge of would I implement, if I was king, I would not implement reparations for anybody that you've mentioned.
Well, it's too late now. You can't do that when it's already been done. You can't have all these groups having gotten it, and when you get to our turn, you say no. See, that's the problem. So you can feel the way you feel. You can feel the way you feel, but you can't have 15 groups getting it. You blacks can't get it. Come on, Dusty. You can do
I'm
it.
not in charge of that.
You can do it, man. Come on, man. I trust you.
Here's the thing.
I don't, but you can do it. You can do it. You can't have 15 groups doing it, man, and then say, nah, you blacks can't get it.
Radio, Mr. Radio, Mr. Radio, you cannot explain big ideas with small-minded people. It just won't never work.
Hey, I gave it a shot.
Okay. Let me finish up on this.
I gave it a shot.
You asked me earlier, Was it anything? And it just dawned on me when he was having this conversation. Do you know today in 2025, blacks are going to only serve in the military by executive order? They were not considered as citizens without an executive order to serve in the military.
We weren't human at one point.
I go about that far. Do you know that's on the books right now?
Ask me the question again. What did you say is on the books?
That blacks cannot serve in the military without the executive order. We're not considered as citizens, so we had to have special provision to serve in the military, even to the day.
I just learned about that. If that's on the books, which I find it hard to believe, but let's just say it is. If it's on the books, that should be taken off the fucking books.
How do you take it off?
That you deserve.
Wait. Let me ask you a question then. Second question to that, because I'm not just going to brainstorm, because you are the solution man. How will we go about to get that off the books? Because one president can come in and kill that executive order, and it's not signed into law, so by Congress. So how do we go about to make that happen?
What did you say was the obstacle to getting it off the books?
Okay, it's executive order. Any president can kill one president. Executive order.
That's the.
Okay, I got you. So we're hanging on low fruit by a thread. Yeah. How will we go? Okay. No. I'm just asking you because you're a solution man. How will we go about?
And you're not asking.
No. I'm asking you a question now, man. God damn. Stop moving the goalposts and goddamn you gaslighting everything. Okay, so how will we go about to do that? Good old faithful white man.
How do we go about changing the law and making sure that it's untouchable by executive orders? We don't. None of us have that position. Everybody's subject to the laws, and they're changing.
Okay. I just told you there was an executive order, and in that answer in that question, when I say in that statement that. I told you how to do it. How to do it, it has to be passed by Congress. That's right. And so that's how we become full citizens just in the military. Well, I was asking you because, I thought you thought a lot, better than me. So I was asking you, but you
in a fucked up way.
So well, I didn't ask you in a fucked up way. You might just have a fucked up way of listening. So I'm going to ask you again. Do you see that as that being unfair, that we as people who have died in all the wars, listen what I just said, all the wars, and even though when we was in Germany and they would catch officer soldiers, they could eat in the chow hall and we still had to eat at the back door. So I'm trying to tell you, even when you have arch enemies, they are treated better than black people. And I just told you about this executive order that you didn't know about, or you say you just recently found out about it. So why is it you don't see that could be considered for a group of people who have fought in all the wars been totally unfair?
Is that an unfair law? Yes, it is.
Okay.
So attach it to reparations.
Well, I could attach it to a reparation due to the fact. You asked me a question. You gonna let me answer it, or you gonna go ahead and gaslight me?
No, I was going to try to clarify my position because you seem.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Get it in.
I don't thank you for being patient. I appreciate it.
My overarching worldview. It applies to you. It applies to me. It applies to everybody. The world is not fair. I don't have any interest in policing the world and trying to make it fair.
I'm not talking about the world. I'm talking about the United States of America, and I didn't say state. I said states.
Part of the world.
Yeah, but I'm talking about where we at and where we stand right now. As you consider us as being you consider us being citizens of this country as a whole, and we should have inalienable rights as every other citizen, and shouldn't have to have special provisions to serve in the fucking military when every war that has been fought on this damn ground or other places, we have fought in it. And so for you to sit up there and act like that's not an important thing, and you didn't even think the GI Bill that they told you we was excluded from it until we brought that up as a problem. And see, this is what I'm saying is, wait a minute. This is what I was trying to tell you earlier. How you feel about certain things due to the fact that you are human too, and you go through some of the most natural things that every human go through. But there is a special provision when people are consistently putting a hammer on your head just because the darkness of your skin. And that's what you haven't figured out.
Okay.
Can I?
It was Aaron. Aaron was supposed to go.
Okay.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, Tiff, I promise I'll be brief. I don't know where the gentleman went. What was his name? 10th?
10th power.
Yeah, he's in the chat now.
Nova Scotian gentleman.
He's in the chat.
Correct. Yes. So, the definition of racist, according to the Merriam-Webster definition, having, reflecting, or fostering the belief that a race is fundamental determinant of human traits and capacities, and that racial differences produce an inherent superiority of a particular race. Now, we can't possibly be racist on this panel today having this discussion, because if we thought as a black race we were superior to you, we would not have a discussion about what we need to get back. We would have a discussion on how you are inferior and how we're about to oppress you. And it can't possibly be that we believe you're superior to us, because if we did, we wouldn't be here where we are today. We'd still be enslaved. So calling us racist, nice try, but it doesn't work. It's kind of like using your homosexuality parallel to the systemic racism parallel. It's not a parallel at all, because like OG outlined, let's take the blade and cut right down to the bone, through the fat, through the flesh and everything. If you walked into any establishment and you wanted to infiltrate that establishment that's oppressing you from the inside, you can actually cloak yourself to be what your oppressor is. You don't have to present as a homosexual man. And you can influence and affect change from the inside by infiltrating your oppressor's camp. We do not have that option. So the fact that, I'm sorry, you feel like you're oppressed, and we're not telling you how to go about effectuating change for your community. Have at it, my friend. But to sit here and call us racist and to say we think we're special for championing getting back what we are owed, I urge you to rethink that once again. Okay, Flow State, I had something for you. It listening to OG, it has left me. I'm sure it'll come back. I promised Tiff levity, so I'll mute.
And the only thing that I was going to say.
I'm sorry, Aaron. I'm sorry, Aaron.
No worries. You got the Jesus.
You can go right after Tiff.
Okay, so all I was going to say is this, and I hope we're all paying attention. You have two white men on the panel, one that's an American, one that is often in black spaces that had absolutely no idea about the GI Bill. You have another that's a Canadian that doesn't understand. And what we know is this, what the history that we're very aware of, they're clearly not engaged, nor do they know. So what they're able to do is disassociate themselves from what really happened. This push of changing books and pulling things out is because I think somebody put it, what were we at, 57 years since the 1964 Civil Rights Act? So we've had 60 years and gained great process. When you look at it, a lot of us are not understanding, again, this DEI, a lot of white people really thought it meant black people, and they were okay with black people suffering. They did not understand that soldiers were under DEI, that some women were under DEI, that a lot of social services were under DEI. We personally understand that DEI and affirmative action is something that we solely should have gotten. But again, because of how we are as people, we have never said, no, you can't have any of this. The fact that we are coming back and saying, can you right or wrong? And we are being told, hell no, I don't know you that. Please see this. Please understand that they do not know our history. Please understand that they do not believe that you should compete. And you already have the history of what? Every time black people have any type of economic boost, this is the response. If you look legitimately, we are 13% of America. We get less than 1% of America's wealth. And these people were ready to burn it down because they thought affirmative action and DEI was taking jobs from them. These are the same people. He is literally in your face telling you, you do not deserve to be righted on a wrong. And then was so bold and boastful as to say it is not a law. It is a law. Andrew Jackson reversed the law, but because they don't have to know history, they get to repeat it. Because we do know history, we have to be on top of it. Pay attention of the spook sitting at the door and be aware of who you are in company with. All skin folk and kinfolk and all allies are not here for your birth. We were having productive conversations, and we have allowed 2 white men to take us a whole second stream and 4 hours later. And we're trying to justify lie? Don't justify it. Either give the information or push them in the way. Hey, you know what, babe? Go ahead and get that. You know what, babe? Here's the book. He definitely wanted us to go find out about the Irish. However, yes, Irish were indentured slaves, but they only
servants. They were not slaves.
Indentured servants. 7 years. That's biblical. If you look in the Bible, it says a man is not supposed to owe a debt more than 7 years. After that, you relinquish and you release the debt. That did not happen for Black people in this country. We are owed a debt. We built this joint for free. Stop letting these people play in your face, because they can't give us reparations, but they can send the Ukraine 350 billion. We got money for everybody, right? We got money for Asian hate. We got money for Ukraine. We got money for Israel. But the Blacks, you get nothing.
I don't have money for any of that shit.
I would like to bid everyone, ladies and gentlemen.
So out of everything that I said, did you hear what he said? We don't have money for any of that.
Well, you're ascribing beliefs to me. I figured that was a good thing for me to chime in on, since it is my belief we're talking about.
Well, you know what? He's allowed to have his opinions.
Oh, okay, hold on. Before
I was going to close out because I'm out of here, Sharon.
For the 5th time.
I just want to say quickly that, he's entitled, because this is the country that we live in, right? He's entitled to have his opinion. That's what makes this country special. But the underpinnings of this country are that you sue when you're wronged. So no matter how you feel, Dusty, you feelings don't equal to facts. The fact is, this country is based on, if you are wronged, you can sue for that. And this is exactly what we're talking about. This was a historical wrong, and just the underpinnings for a lot of
in my face when you win the lawsuit.
Well, hey, it's not. I'm not trying to win anything for you. It's about the loss of an estate, probate law. People do this all day long. People are paying dead people every day. This is time to honor and pay our dead. It's simple and plain.
Residuals.
And you can't.
I understand.
Well, I know, but hold on. You can't stop the line when it starts to darken. You got 15 or more groups that were in line. I know you're agitated by it, but you weren't as angry or you didn't come out necessarily. When it's our turn to seek recompense because something was lost, all of a sudden, I don't want you people to get it. It's not really fair.
No, that's
and
not
the country, and if you're going to be an honorable American, being an American means being obeying the law. The law means that people are suing every day for things that they have lost.
I will congratulate you when you win.
No, but it's about being American. We're both Americans, right? Some are just more American than others.
So if I don't agree with you on reparations, then I'm not American now too, huh?
No, it just means you've been kicked around like a dented tomato can. That's what it means. You've been kicked around like a dented tomato can.
Okay.
That's a boxer theory.
I don't agree with reparations. I don't know why everybody needs my approval for this.
Hold on. See, this is why we got to be careful how we be wording things, because now that's not what's happening. Nobody needs your personal approval of this thing. That's not what's happening. So anybody that's in the chat that's saying that nonsense, fuck off. It's a lie. We haven't.
I worded it that way intentionally, because nobody seems to be accepting the fact that I have an opinion. It's different from yours.
No, so it's not about the opinion. It's about that we are combating your opinion with logic, and the fact that you're willing to fight logic with just a bullshit ass opinion is the issue. Us as men, when we get new information that is correct, we're supposed to implement that information in our life and not just go, hey, this is my opinion. I don't give a fuck what information that is there to combat my opinion. I'm going to stick to my opinion, and I don't give a fuck about no other information is a issue.
My logic is solid all the way through. I don't support any of the reparations that have been mentioned. I don't support Ukraine. I don't support any of the frivolous bullshit.
Yeah, but Ukraine didn't happen here.
I only mentioned it because it was brought up earlier.
Right.
All the whataboutisms I've heard, I don't support that shit.
Regardless of what you support or don't support, logic says that something happened. The government said they was going to pay a certain amount of fee and they owe something. That's the logic. Doesn't matter if your opinion's like, hey, fuck that. I don't think you should get a leg up now. 100 years later, I don't think it's fair because you personally have not been through slavery. That's a different argument. Your opinion and what the information is two different things. The problem that we be having is that nobody want to just deal with the information and just say, hey, my opinion is I don't think y'all should get it, but by the information that I have, you should get it by all the information I have. And that's the main issue that majority of people are having. Just be honest with the fucking information.
So the issue is that I don't share your opinion on it.
If that's what you got from what I said, that's crazy.
That's exactly what I got from what you said.
But that's exactly wrong. But it's wrong. See, again, that's your opinion. But
so you're saying I can keep my opinion, but I need to concede the point.
So let me put it into a different term. So if I'm saying the sky is blue, that's what the information is. Now, if you say, well, my opinion that it is royal blue, and now we have a disagreement of the hue. That's your.
So the information that you're saying is obvious, is that black people were mistreated in the past, correct?
You could reduce it down to that if you want, sure.
Okay. I don't disagree with that.
Okay. I know, Aaron, you wanted to.
Yeah, I wanted to briefly give you all.
Me? Go ahead.
PhD, hold, stand down.
No, because go ahead.
The men is talking, Diva.
Yeah, y'all been sitting y'all asses up here debating some shit with a bunch of crackers for hours.
Yeah, but you went in so good. Hey,
can you play that video that I
hey, you did the mic drop
on the screen so everybody can see it.
PhD, you did a mic drop earlier. It was so good.
Hold on, OG, let's not turn into a. Let's
100% accurate with the GI Bill stuff. I am from one of those black community that was built for service members in 1949. But can we play this video?
Does Aaron want to go?
Diva, why you let me get you off your square?
Oh, that was you. I didn't even know that was you.
And Dustin, why you keep showing that goddamn knife? Like you trying to skin somebody.
Is the one that I was saying?
Yeah. But I want people to be like, can you put it big enough so people can actually see what's
It was a joke.
Video?
It was a bad joke.
He got a knife. He keeps showing us.
Who got a knife?
Dustin, y'all ain't been paying attention?
I don't pay attention to white people. White men never get my attention.
Oh my God, y'all are insane with this shit sometimes.
Big Aaron in this camp.
Oh,
ain't that grand?
Boys, okay. All right. He said, "You gonna play with share your toy?" The boy said, "Hell no, nigga."
I need you to shut the fuck up sometimes. I wanted them to understand what was going on in the video. You know, I'm aggravated, so let me go.
I can't. little boy run without the candy, not a black.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure most of these N words up here wouldn't have picked up on that, right? And so this is the type of relationship that these people want to have with you, and that includes flow state, right? So they want to come up in your face, they want to key and yeah. But when you say, hey, you got some resources right there that you've been withholding, then they start playing crazy. Look how he won't even look at the boy now. He gonna look at the toy, play with, and now he running off. Right?
You know what's interesting though?
That's what they're doing.
Not his toy.
That's what they're doing to you. Okay, so that's the type of relationship that they want to be able to have with you, where they come around and kiki or whatever, but when it comes, they don't want economic parity with you. They want to have social access to you.
Well, you see that little black kid, he caught on real fast. He started running his ass away.
He ran off with him. And they still
no, he ran in front of him. He's like, hell no.
That's crazy. It's crazy. You think you're proving a point with this.
Right. So, the point ain't for you. So whatever. But yeah, so if y'all allow it, that's how they will interact with you.
How dare that boy keep his own toy?
Well, you want a better example, Dusty?
Does your friend share that when you go and play at your friend's house, or when you meet your friend and play, if they got a toy, they usually share it with you? It's not that's not your friend if they too selfish to even let you play with their toy with them.
Facebook.
All right, good. Excellent point, Diva.
Oh, I got a point to make behind hers. Oh my goodness. Because guess what she did? Look, I swear, y'all, and shout out to you, to the host. Shout out to the panel, shout out to the chat. Yo, what she just said basically is that they can come and steal toys and take toys, basically. But guess what? When we share ours, they want to run off. You know what I'm saying? With the toy. You can't even have an argument towards that, man, because it's taught. It's literally taught. Everything that we know about this race stuff is taught to us. When we see those two young little men, we see something that is pure. They don't have none of that stuff in their heart. They don't, right? But at the same time, you still see the characteristics, right? So she said, we share our stuff, right? We don't have no problem with that at all. But other people can come and steal your stuff. And I wanted to talk to the other dude because he wants to act as if what we're saying is wrong. And I don't understand that because people have taken a lot of things from us, right? They have taken a lot of things from us, but then don't act as if we deserve to get those things back. And I just don't understand that. And I'll land right there.
I think the point is, who cares? Right? Because even I think who's that, Powder Dusty, said something to the effect of he doesn't understand why we need his approval. And then Sharon jumped in there with a couple of uppercuts and jabs. But I think the ultimate point is what Diva was saying. Well, holding a conversation around issues that are sensitive to us, inviting people into the inner circle of the village to have the conversation, who essentially have no bearing on whether those things come to fruition or not. So whether the flow is here or not, whatever he's saying, it really shouldn't have that much bearing on this conversation. So I don't care whether he agrees. Let me say this. I don't care whether he agrees if a debt owed to my great granddad should be settled. I'm standing on business and I'm gonna collect.
That part.
Right? The debt owed, that's it, period. Regardless of what we believe about it. So
talk your talk.
Speak on it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that to be disrespectful. I'm just saying, like, we get so caught up and so easily distracted when somebody says something that we don't agree with, or they say something in opposition. And sometimes I think people do it on purpose, just because it's in space, so that it's like views or whatever. So, but at the end of the day, who cares? You don't agree with it, cool. It's not like we gonna get his vote or buy-in or anybody else's, like, right? So I'm on mute.
And it don't even matter.
Sharon, I don't know why this morning at 4 o'clock I seen this. At 4 o'clock, I seen this 4 o'clock this morning. And it shows you exactly what have happened in the last 3 hours. Now watch this and tell me this don't hit home.
Understand that we ask you guys questions. You don't ask us questions, right? Now I'm going to show you a clip of a young lady here, and she's going to call this baby a nigger. And usually, you know, when we hear that word, how do black people respond? With emotion, get angry. But the mother of this baby stays on code. Listen to what she says.
Yeah. What that word means. Don't say that. Don't say that, London. What that word means. What that word means. What does that word mean? Like,
You're a nigger.
What that mean?
He's a nigger.
What does it mean though? Like, what is a nigger? What is a person or what? Like, what is it? How does it make you one? How does it make you one? Are you one?
No.
Why? Why aren't you one?
You're taking a video. Is that on Snapchat?
No.
Wow.
Wow. Pictures.
Yeah. Why aren't you a nigger?
Because I'm not.
Why? You said he won. He's a baby. So how is he a nigger if he's a baby? That doesn't even make sense. Like, how can you be that? He was just born.
God damn.
No, he's not.
He was just not so long ago. I'm saying he's still a baby. So how? What makes you a nigger? You call him that. I'm trying to figure out what makes you that. And how you not one, and you bigger than him. So how? I don't know. So how you call somebody something you don't even know what it means? What are you? What are you? If he's a nigger, what are you? Huh? Girl, you crazy. Girl, don't be calling people stuff if you don't know you don't even know what it is.
He needs help.
Huh?
I said he needs help.
Who?
Him.
Why he need help?
You're asking too much questions.
You don't understand though. I'm just curious. He's a happy baby. I don't think he needs any help. He don't have no problems.
You guys want to go play at the park? Let's go.
They can't go play with you until you tell me what does a nigger mean. No, London. You can't go with her.
Watch this part. Listen.
So the thing that I was trying to show here, Sharon, is on code. They always stay on code. And when you bring facts to them, they act like they're confused or that they don't understand. That is the code that they stay on. This is what Nilla Fuller was talking about the whole time. They stay on code. And you can carry this conversation any way you want to carry it. When it comes down to it, they stay on code. And what we got to do is what I said from the beginning. We got to focus on us and stay on code.
You're right, OG.
Hey, OG, I ain't never seen no shit like that in my life, man.
And that was a baby.
Because I like you.
That's a baby. She was taught that shit. Y'all, that's a baby.
And she's saying it to another baby. And when they
all right,
we
understand what we watch. So I don't know. I need a recap. Of this shit. Fuck.
I want to see it again, meanie. Get some food, Sharon. Shit.
You're right.
What's the matter, Sharon? Hi, y'all.
We've been on his nerves all day, girl. He done pulled
Y'all been on my nerves all day. I came here to tell all the black people, y'all out of y'all fucking mind. Why y'all keep talking to people who don't care about you or your issues and spending hours trying to convince them to?
So, but that's what's aggravating me today. Ain't nobody trying to convince nobody. I don't know
I'm
why.
not gonna lie. When the dude was talking to what's his name? Afro Nerd. When he was talking to Flo, it sounded like he was trying to convince, because he was literally saying like, I don't see it your way. I don't believe in this. I don't. And it did sound like somebody trying to like plead with somebody to just see it my way. But like, why? He don't have no power to do shit anyway. Why are we qualifying ourselves to them? For what?
So again, I dislike the fact that when we having a conversation, all of a sudden when it's a white person, all of a sudden we trying to qualify ourselves to somebody. I don't know. Maybe it's just because it's my show. I don't know what that shit is.
No,
But
I
when
can tell
other
you
people
why. It's
having
when they
conversations and it's going back and forth about opinions that people disagree, I don't hear people say, "Oh, we trying to qualify ourselves with that person." So
I
that
can tell you why I
a
said
little
it.
bit.
When somebody says, this is the language I was hearing because I was responding in the chat when it was happening. When somebody says, I need you to prove to me, I need you to verify to me, they're asking you to qualify some shit. Or am I wrong? And then when I see black people responding, trying to do it, that's what y'all are doing.
Fine. I'm just saying also, whenever that comes up in any conversation I ever hear, I hope I hear the same thing. Why are we trying to
Okay, so look,
you know what? Y'all got it. I'll
Listen.
just be quiet.
I'm not trying to offend you, okay? I don't know. I see you already upset. I'm not here to do that. I really was talking to every black person in this conversation today. It's not a attack Sharon thing. I want you to know that. That's not what I came to do, okay? I see you already upset. I'm not trying to upset you. My issue is not with you really. I don't like the people who enter these conversations just to basically tell us, I don't believe in reparations. I don't see things your way. You're gonna have to prove this to me, as if they can't go fucking read history, as if they don't know the history. They just come to play in our face and gaslight. So my issue is more with them, okay? I'm not here to upset you. That's not the goal. So you being offended right now, I don't know why, because I'm telling the truth. That's just what it is. That's what happened. I don't understand black people, like why. I don't get it. Like what we do all of this for them to wake up tomorrow, have the same positions they had before, deny everything like they always do, right? I don't believe in reparations. I don't. That was the past. Let it go. You're not special. Like, well, just and then we explain it to a Mexican who I don't know. I don't understand, y'all. I don't understand. I don't understand.
Who was the Mexican?
The dude earlier who
Fire?
said he was a Mexican.
Oh, I missed that part. Okay.
No, I think you was talking to him.
Yeah,
The gay boy?
Rob earlier. He said he wasn't white.
That's the one who was saying, I need y'all to verify to me. I need y'all to tell me this so I can verify. I need to verify. But it's like, why? Are you gonna change the law for us? Are you gonna like you're not gonna do anything for us, but we need to verify some shit to you. Why?
Well, my whole thing, Venus, has been from the beginning, and I think everybody who's been here from the beginning, was for us to only focus on us. Because anything other than that, that's where the chaos come in at. Confusion.
I agree, because they never come to contribute to the conversation. Every single time it's the same playbook. It's the deny
I join
history.
all sorts of panels all the time, and they normally go just fine.
It's the deny history. It's the you're not special. It's
Nobody denied history. I'm not denying history at all.
What did I hear earlier? Well, in the Middle East, they da. Like they do the same shit every fucking time we have this conversation. Like that, it's just a waste of time. I don't.
It's the worst kind of white man that you literally in a black space then practicing whiteness like at an all-time high.
Yeah, that's the only way they can feel alive. Like if you really like start talking to them, most of them be miserable. They really don't be having lives like that, which is why they always want to come and be in black people spaces and faces, right? They be trying so hard, especially the women, to get you to engage them so then they can start, trying to lay their problems on, or talk about, girl, absolutely not. And so, yeah, I think they do have to. No.
Sharon, do you? No, I'm sorry, Sharon. Do you mind if I put that whole video? Because there's a little more than that, and a little more than the beginning of that. I was trying to teach us how to stay on code. You mind if I put that in the chat? I wanted to ask you before I put it in there. All right, thank you, sir. Peace and love, and everybody strive for the truth, okay? It's been fun. Got to run because the clock on the wall said that's all. I see you tomorrow morning on the craziest show on the internet. Mr. Sean Bradley himself, LBG. See ya!
And so I'm not specifically just talking about you, Flow State. I think you're cool for the most part. I just think, like, to any other thing I talk to you about, we would be getting along just fine. But this right here is particularly why I don't like talking to white people about black issues, right? Because y'all just, for some reason, you cannot see it our way. And that's fine. I don't expect you to. That's why I would just prefer not to have these kind of conversations with y'all, because I know they tend to not go nowhere. They don't.
I definitely see your side of that. Yeah.
So you're cool with white
you.
people? Like, if y'all, like, okay, so you said you wouldn't agree on this issue, but on any number of other issues, if y'all talked, y'all would be cool or whatever.
I can't say any, but in my history of talking to him, we're cool. I don't have a problem with him.
And so his views on this issue don't disqualify him as somebody that you would be cool with or whatever, just across the board.
Within reason, like associate level, but here's why. You heard what I said, right? I already mentally kind of have that in my head about white people, that I just know, like, there's certain places I could go with them and certain places I wouldn't. Like, so it doesn't surprise me. I just already know, like, I probably wouldn't be discussing these things with them and expecting anything serious to come of it.
The conversation wasn't originally about reparations. It kind of turned there.
Now, it's not about reparations. It's just about that whenever black people are having their own conversations about, whatever they go through, outsiders feel the need to come tell us, you're not special. You need to prove this to me. Y'all try to do revisionist history. It's really the same playbook, and I can't wrap my head around it, where y'all all get the same shit from, but y'all all do the same shit. It's like that's the same thing, like the black people who are not from here. A lot of the ones who are kind of go against us, y'all kind of make the same talking points, actually, the same ones.
Okay, so what do we do?
So it's
like,
almost like everybody's on the same page, except for Black Americans.
Yeah, pretty much.
Then why, if we all on the same page, why you want to be here? Turn the page.
No, you didn't get what he said. He's saying, like, we're crazy because they're all on the same page. That's what he's trying to say.
And I get it. And I'm saying, if we crazy, why are you here? Who else?
Oh, I'm here for the whole show. Mostly because of PH Diva.
I got one thing and I'm out. I just remembered
my attention so bad.
Sharon, just in all respect to Sharon, I got to say something, and I got to give props to Venus. Venus and I, we always go at it, even with PH Diva. Venus said something about my exchange with Dusty that might have some a kernel of truth. I do have a tick when it comes down to explaining things that I think are just kind of matter of fact, that's factual. Like, okay, this is what's going on. This is the facts. My job is like that. My job has a lot to do with explaining stuff to people, right, as a consultant. So I have to give props to Venus. I know how to shut this down, right? Period. I figured it out. Okay, this is where Dusty might appreciate this. Whites have never agreed with blacks on anything. Whites didn't agree that whites did not agree that blacks should be free. So this has been on repeat for so long. So Dusty, I want to thank you for making me remember that any time in history when whites felt that they were owed something, when they felt that they should not be free, or that they should be free, whites told us, oh, you suffer from drapetomania. Drapetomania is a scientific disease, a pseudoscience saying that you're crazy because you want to be free, right? In 1968, in New Jersey, when New Jerseyans were asked about the death of Dr. King, New Jersey might as well, this is the North in the 60s, 1968. Whites acted as if they might as well have been from Mississippi about Dr. King dying. So I want to thank you, Dusty, because there's never been a moment in time when white people have made an appeal, when blacks have made an appeal to whites, that they responded just like you did now. So in 1850, 1950, 1930, 1968, the same response, the same kind of nonchalance. That's pretty much what we've encountered. So you're kind of staying on code. So
you're right. There's never been any whites in the abolitionist movement. Never was. I'm not even going to argue with you.
No. You're being unfair. See, you're being you. You're being unfair. That's a finite amount of people. Unfair. Overwhelming majority. You had to go to war, sir. We had to go to war to free human beings. Are you going to disagree with that?
Okay.
No, we did, but we did.
You
no,
feel really strongly.
It hurts, doesn't it? It hurts.
You mess
We
up
went
when
to
you
war.
say never. You be messing up when you make them blanketed statements. When you start saying never, ever, that's when he gets to, because that's not true.
Well, I'm making.
But you make those blanketed statements.
Well,
so
look,
yeah.
there is the exception. There's the exception and the rule. So, of course, we know about the Quakers. We know there have been righteous white people for sure. I have white heroes. I have white heroes, but they don't represent the rule, my man. They don't.
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on. I made it very clear, so I'm very clear on this. The rule is the answer you give. The exception are those righteous, well-meaning white people. There's just not enough of them. So we've been doing this this placating game with many whites who are somewhat ignorant and want to just do this. We've been doing this dance for a long time. So again, 1830, 1930, 1968.
Anytime
you'll give it the same response, my man. Same response. So good on you. You've been consistent for a long time. You've been consistent for a long time.
What are you trying to convince him of?
I'm letting the audience understand that we've been doing this for a long time. Whites, many whites.
Wait. This is what I don't understand with us.
That question.
We just had a whole conversation around what is it? What's that video game? Old school Alien Invaders or something? Like in our space, right?
Yeah.
What are you trying to convince this man of? It don't matter what you say. It don't matter if you. It don't even matter about the audience.
It's not for him, Chicago. It's not for him.
But it don't even matter about the audience at this point.
No, but the audience has to know that, and this is me included, that this same merry-go-round has been going on for so long. They never own up to this.
We're doing it again.
So it's the same merry-go-round. That's what that means. If anything you want, you're gonna have to fucking take it. They ain't gonna give it to you. So now what? Let's turn the page. How you go and take it from them? Right? So the little black boy who ran up to him, had he just snatched that shit and ran off? You have to take it. Right? Had the black mother slapped the shit out the little white girl and told her, get your ass from around here and don't come back, bitch.
And by the way, that N-word, him being called the N-word, is his inheritance. That's how
it works. Can I ask that question yet? If white people had wanted to continue slavery in America, do you think that it would still exist?
Yes.
Okay. So doesn't that refute your own point you just made?
No.
Okay.
Because I do know slavery wasn't about no moral compass. That was finance. That was all finance. That wasn't about somebody all of a sudden getting a conscience saying we're gonna free these Negroes over here.
I never said it was. I don't know why.
No. I'm just clarifying. We was talking about the audience, right? So I want the audience to understand it then. Right.
Yeah, not to mention they was finding people holding enslaved people up until the 70s. So they didn't stop. They didn't want to, and some of them didn't.
It's just a football game. You know, Philly won this time. The Confederates lost this time. That's how it works. This whole thing is being one-sided. You Dustin, you just don't want to agree. I mean, whatever. But the math is the math. It just happened that the Union won, like a football game, right? If it was a different way, Confederate could have won. How the Confederates? You still say the South will rise again. You're sore losers. This is crazy talk.
I have a question for you. So what is our next course of action? What do we do? King asked in his book, where do we go from here? Right? Where are we going?
Well, we have to do the best that we can with what we have, right? We've had moments in history where we were succeeding, and then unfortunately we had folks that came in and were violent, right? So whether it was the Bloody Summer in 1919, whether it was 21 Tulsa, Rosewood, whatever, these things have happened, right? But we still have to continue to move forward, and we have to figure out a way to work amongst ourselves. I have some ideas. Everyone has ideas. There are intelligent black people. Look, there are black folks that have been succeeding in spite. That's the excellence of blackness, is that as bad as things have been with all these impediments, it's wonderment that black folks have been able to get around these things. The fact that we have to get around them is what's at issue. But we have to learn to work with each other to love each other, to love our culture, to make what we want to be first, be one, as they say. Our Jewish brethren have done this very well. But there's such a thing as anti-Jewishness or anti-Semitism. There's anti-blackness. It's always been the black stigma has always been with us. We have to learn how to operate outside of that. Period. And monetize it. For real. I'm not here begging white people for anything.
I can't get off mute quick enough. This is where I tend to agree with Aaron and Diva on this point. We had better learn. Like, we just do not. We keep acting like we got all the time in the world to try and figure this out. Black people had better get about the business, attending to the business of black people. Nobody is coming to save you. Not a single solitary soul is coming to save you. This idea of peace and love and working together, man, we better really, really get about the business of black people. Period.
I'm just wondering how you're going to be able to get any of the stuff that you want. That's why I came back up here. How are you going to get the stuff that you want?
That just cut in. But I'll go ahead and yield the floor and yield.
You were done after 25 minutes of giving us.
So again, I don't know who that was that just came in.
Man, oh man!
I have no idea who that was that just came in. But I'm going to land the plane and reiterate once again: black people had better get about the business of doing what's in the best interest of black people. The moment other people start coming in and telling us what's best for us, cancel Christmas. I'm going on mute.
Well, we should do what other people are doing.
You know that's not what happened.
Like Japanese
this is
people.
my issue right now, right? Because I want you to tell me what you're gonna do. Who the fuck are you to we don't have to qualify or explain a fucking thing. None of your business.
How are you going to do it if you're saying you're 13% of the population?
None of your business. That's
why
is he triggered? Doesn't concern you.
Right, so all you want to do is separate everybody. You like racism because then it gives you a victim complex, right?
Excuse me. We don't owe you an explanation. You don't have any help to offer
racism.
Us. So there will be no reason for us to tell you any plans we have.
You like racism because then it gives you a reason to be mad.
I think somebody owes y'all an explanation.
Who came up with segregation in the first place? That was you guys.
That's a wrap.
I have a sign in my den that says for colored only. Actually,
why do you have a sign in your den
that says for colored only?
Why is this your sacred cow?
Why is it my sacred cow?
Because they like it. It's a conversation piece. And they can sit
Ron, was that a spinach and cucumber salad?
Evil. Whitey's the devil, right?
With vinaigrette.
It's a reasonable question.
Is it to you, baby?
I wanted to tell you.
Well, most people, unfortunately, that's my history.
Why are you talking?
I'm not pleading with him. I'm answering his question. That's not pleading. I'm not pleading with him. I'm answering his question.
You are pleading.
I'm trying to
answer the question. Is pleading? I'm
answering
the guy's question. That's pleading.
Anyway.
I didn't think he was pleading. I asked the question.
Nobody asked you. Shut up.
You didn't ask.
Well, you were confused about what happened, Patty.
You said, "I think it would be it's a fair question." This is the problem. Y'all come with this built-in entitlement. Imagine walking up to somebody who's trying to fix a problem that has nothing to do with you, and going, "Tell me your plan." I think it's a valid question, and I demand you to tell me what your plan is. What the fuck? This is how entitled y'all. It's in your DNA. We don't owe you an explanation. It's not a fair question. It's not your fucking business.
That wasn't
why were whites so invested in Confederate soldier statues?
Oh my God.
I don't know. I think that's weird too.
Why are you asking them questions?
Why is it weird one way?
Why do you care?
It's weird both
Right.
ways.
Right.
White people who are obsessed with the Confederacy are weird.
Oh, we don't care.
You asked the question.
We don't care.
So no one's supposed to have any kind of acknowledgement of history. So we just
Man,
the museum. So we shouldn't have museums.
There's a difference between
wanting reparations is an entitlement. That's something you're actually entitled to, stupid bitch. No, like I hate these hoes. Bitch, go read a fucking book.
So when you get your check,
go ahead, Dusty. What are you saying?
So I think that there's a clear difference between knowing history and respecting history and living
everybody
in
else.
it.
He keep going back. And the women step in. to break the conversation, to let you know you don't have to talk to him.
We don't need you to break the conversation. I was invited here.
Clearly,
I believe I'm still welcome here.
You do.
If I'm not, Sharon can tell me himself.
No.
Sharon, I want to give you a compliment. Yesterday's conversation, actually, my dad listens to your show, and he's a fan, right? And he calls you up. He calls you up occasionally and talks about your show. And he was so complimentary of the smoothness of yesterday's program. Nothing to disparage the ladies on the show, but when the cats were getting at it, it was ran a little smoother. He just happened to mention that. So we do need to try to kind of do something about the emotionalism. Just try to have a straight fact-based conversation. So we having a disagreement about what facts are is another thing.
You're right. And if you want to speak to the oppressor, I'll.
Right, he want everybody to kneel like he do. But he did come from Hampton, and they do the brown paper bag test. So white people, they passing that test with flying colors.
Sharon, like I said, you see what I'm doing? See, come on, the young man questioned your bona fides because of your comportment. I have a couple.
I don't give a fuck. That's the difference between me and you.
Also, but you're not doing.
You failed the eloquency test, man.
From a sissy, baby, there's nothing you can say to me, sissy.
I'm more of a man than any man you ever met, ma'am.
You're punk.
You have no idea who I am.
She must pay a lot to get
up here trying to act like he's special because he like to take dick to the ass. Boy, get out of here.
No, I actually like men and women.
Pretty smooth, brothers. Pretty smooh. That's all I'm saying.
I would just never be with a woman because of this.
No. Most of y'all do though, right? But y'all really.
I would rather suck a penis
than
boys.
I know you do.
A room with you
would, right?
Because you can hear that she's fat, isn't it?
Your high culture, right? Rome, Greece, and we know that's what you prefer, right? The boy.
No, I would rather suck a dirty
right. I know you
than
would.
deal with someone like you.
You probably do it all the time. That's probably your kink. A lot of y'all white boys like that, sucking dirty dick. Yeah, I know.
It's better than dealing with you.
I'm sure to you it sure is. You prefer to
anybody.
Suck dick.
That's why
no,
your
baby,
man
you
probably
prefer
cheats
to
on you
suck
with other
dick.
dudes.
Other men aren't out here sucking dick and taking dick to the ass like you. So clearly they don't prefer it, right? You prefer it.
It's going left.
You prefer it.
It's going left. Where are we going with this?
I'm just letting them know.
Yo, the gay men love coming over here. Damn.
Her bigotry is showing.
I'm gonna meet you where you at.
I'm just wondering how she knows all these things.
Oh, I read a lot. You want me to go get the book?
What do you read?
Oh, okay, hold on. I'm finna go get it, and then I'm gonna read the passage about how homosexuality is built into y'all culture. Stop. Stay right there.
Come on, man.
She reads some weird shit.
Can we stay on slavery instead of getting into
we was never. We not on slavery. Afro nerds.
Yeah, but you're on this other stuff. Come on.
Shut your oppressed ass up. You always want to go back to slavery.
No check for you, Venus.
I'd like to speak on it. I don't know if you guys can hear me because I'm driving. If it's too loud, just let me know and I'll go back on mute. But I do think it is beneficial to talk to white people about these topics, being that it is a political topic. And then we also want to know what the qualms is, because we can't do this without going through, the government, and the government is 90% white. And we need to know their reservations of what they have, even though we may not agree, but it's good to kind of like put them on blast, because I believe that Flo think he is being logical. But I think after we press him for a little bit, he see that his logic is really failing, because whenever you say, I don't agree with reparations because I don't like that other people get punished for what another people did, that don't make no sense, because in any other aspect of life, that shit wouldn't fly. Like if your grandfather was taken advantage of and you never knew him and you could be compensated later on down the line, you would want to be compensated. And he already admitted to that. So, but I think it is beneficial to have these conversations. They are progressive, you know what I mean? And it's okay. He can have his point. We don't have to agree with it.
And the Catholic Church has been paying reparations for a long time. Have you been seeing
Before
that
we lose
also?
due diligence.
Catholic Church pays reparations. And you know why?
Do you believe that when a police officer commits a crime and violates someone's rights, that officer should be responsible to pay that person, or the general public?
I think that reparations is in place, and I'm not talking about.
No, I said if a police officer violates somebody's rights right now, today, violates your rights, do you think that he should have to pay for that, or the citizenry?
I think like it is. If the police violates your rights, the government also compensates you. The state will compensate you depending on what happens. So the government,
they're agents of the state. They're agents of the state.
No, the municipality pays that out.
That's still government.
Nope, that's not
Yeah,
if
that's
their
city.
qualified immunity is denied. You're wrong. It
No.
depends on where
City of
you are.
Chicago pays out plenty when these police officers do wrong. So that's not the state of Illinois. That's the city of Chicago that pays out.
And those children from the Catholicism, those Catholics, when these kids are adults, 50-year-old men crying about being touched when they were a 7-year-old altar boy, they've been paying millions. They keep on paying reparations.
Hey, Afro Nerd, I'm sorry, y'all, really quick, because I keep bouncing in and out. The brother that was just speaking and saying, I find it beneficial to have these conversations. Normally, I would agree with you, right? So I'm curious to know how many conversations did the Japanese need to have with white people? How beneficial did they find it before they got their reparations, right? Or the small hats in Germany. So there's a time for that. I'm telling y'all, there was a time for that. As a people, we can't even align on who we need to have conversations with. How we inviting somebody? Hold on one second, Flow State, I'm gonna give it to you. How we inviting someone else to the table or we're having conversations in front of company? And hey, listen, my grandma didn't allow any and everybody in her crib. Everybody ain't your little friend. That's what she would say, right? How you gonna invite somebody to the table when we discussing family business?
I want to address due diligence too, because
I want to build on that point just real quick and say that
I'm back on mute.
It's almost like this is being put out as an intentional wedge issue on the public.
An intentional wedge issue?
Yeah, because he has a point. There's no I don't remember any debate, political or in the news, about any other reparation events.
Well, because the country has been bifurcated, Dusty. Do you understand that? that the country's literally lived in black and white. You had segregation. You had for colored only designation, water fountains, and all kinds of public access.
I know.
Jackie Robinson had to be kicked and spat on just to play some baseball with white people. That's the history. Right. So when you talk about why are we so separated? Well, we've always been separated.
Can I address due diligence? Because
why are we talking about simple facts? I mean, that's
how have you been held back in your life? How have you been held back by racism?
Due diligence.
But hold on, I can answer that question.
Afro Nerd, you never stop talking. You've been up here for hours.
No, wait, because he asked me a question. He asked me directly.
Talking.
He spoke to me directly. When someone
I can wait to have the question answered.
Venus, why are you so? What's up with you, girl? What's going on?
I just got up here and it's like you. I mean, listen.
I retract the question. Let her have it.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Sharon, yesterday you saw what happened. You know, when these young ladies come in, it's like a different vibe.
It is, because I ain't pleading with no fucking white man. You fucking right. It's a whole different vibe. Because I would never.
Vulgarity.
Right. It's a different vibe.
Well, come on.
Absolutely.
You must be a young lady, man. What are you doing?
Can I read the name of the book?
Never.
So the book is called Gay New York, Gender, Urban Culture, and the Making of the Gay Male World, 1890 to 1940.
Here we go.
No, hey, they asked for the book. This is one of the books it come from. Now, if y'all want me to read the first chapter, which talk about how poor white males always been giving up their ass in order to make money. That's what trade is called. That's what the word. That's what the word trade means, right? And that's where it come from, because they was trading they hind parts, hind quarters.
How did you stumble across
money.
this book?
So they were trading their hindquarters for money.
You're just gonna act like I didn't ask.
Right, I sure am.
Diva,
you're into some kinky shit, aren't you?
You got it. I've been ignoring you.
You're into some kinky shit.
Right? I've been ignoring you since the back chat. You want my attention, I'm not giving it to you. What you said, Tiff?
Diva, the other thing is when they pulled that lady out of that town hall and all them white men sat there, I said, oh, wait a minute. I just refuse to believe it's gonna be a town hall full of black men and one woman gonna get drug out. Even if it was black women, somebody was like, "What? They just watched her get drugged."
I want to ask due diligence a question, please. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Because you said it would be beneficial for us to have these conversations with these people. So can you explain to me what the benefit was after all this? What was the benefit?
Like I said, it's a political conversation. And to answer the dude's question, who before me, he was like, "What conversations did those other people have about their
No, wait,
reparations?"
wait, wait. How do you just skip
I'm about
past
to
my
answer.
question and talk about
I'm,
what the fuck did you just do?
I'm
I asked
about
you
to
a
answer your
question.
question. I'm about to answer your question. If you
What?
would allow me.
What was the
So,
benefit from this conversation that you're saying we should
from
have? What was
this
the benefit?
conversation, from this conversation, I'm saying in general, it's beneficial since it's a political
What
conversation,
are the
and then
general
we have to
benefits?
go through politics in order to get anything, and it's beneficial to know why people don't want us to have it. That way, we know the stipulations, we know their grievances on why we shouldn't have it. Whenever we go and lobby for these things, and people come against us, we need to know the position.
Well,
This
politics
is
ain't the only way you can get it.
Why?
But that's
Politics
what
is the
troubles
only
me.
way.
That's
Politics
not
is
the
the only
only
way.
way. It's not, baby. And so that's what
What's the
troubles me.
other
The
way?
fact that y'all
What's the
will
other way?
allow another
What's the
group
other
of
way?
men. Sir, are you gonna let me speak? Or
violence.
no, there are multiple ways. Do y'all not understand what power is? Let me encourage there are a lot of different ways to wield
Never
power,
named
and there's a
one
lot
yet.
of different types of power to be wielded. But I'm just so concerned that it be the men who just automatically ready to take the knee, and come on, we need more from y'all. We need more of a backbone, we need more of a spine, we need bigger
You didn't
balls, we
answer
need
my
it all. We
question.
need
Now
bigger
you wanted me to
brains,
answer your question, but you never
right?
answered mine.
That's a whole different person talking
I
to
did
you.
answer yours.
That's not the same person talking.
Oh, I'm sorry, but what is the other way other than politics in order to get reparations granted?
The fact that you have to ask that question lets me know that even if I explained it to you, you're committed to abiding by the white man's rules. So
Right, you
go ahead.
don't know.
I
Thank you.
actually do, sweetheart. I
Do
could direct you to the book where
diligence.
you could learn it from.
You
But
don't know, or
okay.
you say it right now. So it sounds
Is it a
good, but
gay
you don't
book?
know.
He probably doesn't
Oh,
want
okay.
the gay
All right.
king book.
No, you're just a
Due
coward. That's what it
diligence.
is, dude. Whatever your name is.
Y'all need to have discernment and understand. So I understand what you're saying on the political end, but you would have to be talking to like political figures or people who actually had some type of authority or power to actually do anything for you. Most of the conversations you guys are having with others are people who have no power and no interest in doing a fucking thing for you and couldn't even if they wanted to. So I don't see the benefit in those conversations. I don't see what you see.
I mean,
They
I
also
report back to the Council of Whites.
they also personalize it, which I think is interesting as well. Like all of a sudden, it's like your claim against the state, your claim against the government, all of a sudden it's like my pockets when it's like not you. There are plenty of summons and complaints that are against the U.S. government. This is like any other claim against the government. Why would one lone white person take issue with a claim that has nothing to do with them directly?
Afro nerd, see, that's
It's
why
just
we be getting
hubris.
into it. I want to do diligence to actually acknowledge what I said, but every time you hear a millisecond of free airspace, you have to fill it. Why?
I have no care for what you just said. I have no interest, Venus. You've already showed yourself. I don't really care about it. I respect you because you seem to be an attractive woman, but other than that, I'm not like the other dude.
I kind of respect
beauty.
that reason too.
She looks good, so she's tolerated.
Like some of y'all just need somebody to talk to. Just want to hear yourself ramble. Shut up.
This is wild. Hey, Sharon got it on autopilot. This is crazy. He ain't even got to do nothing but touch buttons. That's crazy.
Sharon's collecting those checks.
His
pre-reparation.
I hope
check.
he's getting something because I'm not getting fucking shit over here.
Well,
I'm really just killing time out of spite for Diva.
Excellent.
Ain't that like a white man gonna come to the black man's stream and try to leech up off of it?
No, girl, he want my attention so bad, and I'm really not even thinking about this man. So
Yes, you are.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you are. Shit. So where'd you get that book from, Diva?
Due diligence. Are you gonna acknowledge what I said or no?
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I'm driving. I'm trying to grab something right quick. I'll respond. Give me like 1 minute.
Dave, I know what I was gonna ask you earlier when we was
Oh, what
talking
was that?
about Fred Hampton and the movement, and we were saying that you know, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. There are plenty of people who have written and expounded on the subject ad nauseum. But my question to you is, why do you think we keep trying to reinvent the wheel every generation? Like every generation, there has to be some type of new revolutionary that has not built on the last thing. Why do you think that is?
I think we really refuse to accept who these people really are. So it's always interesting to me that we'll have conversations about epigenetics and talk about the trauma that was genetically passed from, you know, one generation to another of Black people. But if we passing down trauma, then what they passing?
Exactly.
There's your answer.
Man.
Listen,
Y'all got theories and
eugenics are
everything.
real.
Like,
And DNA is real.
We don't think about you nearly as much as
Pierre,
you think we do.
$2. Oh, we're not going yet, Sharon. Sorry.
Oh yeah, good.
Oh, okay. Pierre, $2. That's a solid mother. You like that? Beretta Scott Kang. Hey, Beretta. Not Black men begging white men for submission. You know what? J. Pierre, $2. Free the comment section. Stop enslaving the voice. OTW Live with the Canadian $2. Thank you for the super sticker. Jer Pierre, $2. Sharon, charge a tariff towards non-FBA panelists. I thought we had already made that a rule. Inc. 1776, $5. I got you, Flo. All right. The Mayo Crusade is arrived.
I appreciate you, and I appreciate OTW.
Wait, what were you about to say, Flo? You don't care about
I got one question too, because I see that. Hold on, I got one question because it's not this conversation. So should we not have these conversations at all? Is that what we're being said?
I mean, that's exactly what I was about to say, because she asked me like what beneficial is supposed to.
That's the yes or no, due diligence. That's the yes or no.
I already said we should have a conversation. I'm trying to answer her conversation. I'm trying to answer her question at the same time.
No, what the fuck? No.
Why not? What the hell you mean no? Like, can I answer your question or not?
How do y'all come in the middle of when somebody else answer a question, then you want to answer the last person quick? Y'all confusing as fuck.
What does it matter? Can I answer? You asked me to answer the question. I'm trying to answer it.
In the middle of somebody asking their own question, just fuck what Sharon's saying right now. You're just gonna do what you want to. Like, I don't understand how y'all communicate.
Do you want me to answer your question?
No, I don't care no more. This is dumb.
All right.
That was a dumb question.
Okay, so all right, so it's okay. She don't want the answer anymore. Venus, what's your thoughts? Should we not have these conversations?
I think you can, but once you can identify early on where they stand, you need to end it there. Like I said, there are certain people who have power and authority and can actually help, but people who they don't even have the power and authority to do anything, even if they wanted to, and B, are flat out letting you know that they're not going to see it your way. They don't agree with anything you're saying. I do deem them a waste of time when it comes to these conversations. Yes.
And does that go to all types of conversation or just Black conversation?
I think conversations that are important. Yeah. So not every conversation, but important ones. Yeah.
I don't
PhD. Oh.
There's only one way. Got to take it in blood. It's only one. The only way y'all gonna get it. Not crying about it on YouTube.
You know, we talking about something completely different.
Right. The white boys can stay. Can we get rid of Fighter? What do we got to do to
nah, you gotta pay. You gotta pay. Yeah.
All right. So, what's your thoughts, PJ? Should we not have this conversation at all? Ever?
Well, honestly, I don't be around enough to weigh in. So, whatever y'all want to do, I'll come
God,
act
it
a
seems like
fool.
you're around all the time.
Come and do whatever.
Okay. Tiff, do you think we should not be having this conversation? Because you one of the main people that say we shouldn't be having this conversation.
No, not a mixed company. No. Now I'm not
What that
saying
means in this company.
Meaning it would be different if they weren't up here, but just
What would be
them.
So what would be the difference that you won't have no pushback?
I think it's quite enough difference of opinions with Black men and Black women that we don't have echo chambers.
So when we had the conversation with Black men, the same thing was said as well. Why are you here?
And there are oftentimes when it's just y'all, it just be y'all. If I see that it's just men, I won't stay up. And like earlier today, when it was just y'all and it was just me, I'll drop.
No, what I'm
Because
asking you.
aware.
So when is it okay? So what I'm saying is that often, no matter who's here, if it's a disagreement on reparations or whatever, I always hear, especially on my channel. I don't see it elsewhere. Elsewhere, people get free reins to have the conversation all the time. It doesn't matter what it is. But when it's here, all of a sudden, I'm too much of this, I'm too much of that. And when I'm trying to just have a conversation, it's like, why are you here? So I'm just trying to understand from.
I don't think you're too much. I think you do a phenomenal job.
It's not true. If people actually believe that, then okay, I'll leave.
Yeah, I think it's ignorant for people to say we can't have this conversation with white people on the panel. It don't make no sense at all. I think everybody's a part of the conversation, and we don't have to agree, but it still can be constructive. Whenever we hear people's differences on the subject matter, it just gives us the ability that much more to combat it even more. There's nothing wrong. I don't have anything against Flow State, even though I don't agree with them. So what? You know what I'm saying? We don't agree with each other on a lot of stuff. It doesn't mean nothing. We can still have the conversation.
And that just lets me know that there'll be conversations that I won't have when you're around because you think that certain people should be privy to conversations that we disagree on. That's okay. I get to make them. I get to make the change. You don't have to. I'll modify.
This is
It's okay,
the Black
Venus.
men. I'm sorry, the Black men up here. Y'all not gonna like what I'm about to say, but y'all are literally the reason why we have continuously gotten conquered because y'all have this attitude right here. Y'all always want to find a way, find a reason, a justification why you just gotta include everybody else in your shit. And y'all don't see every single time historically how has that turned out for y'all. And y'all still have this submissive ass, oh no, we need their opinion. We need these people ain't your fucking friends. How y'all don't understand that?
That's ignorant. That's really ignorant to say. Like it's just a conversation. You know what I'm saying? He got invited over here to have the conversation. You know what I mean? Like it's just ignorant to say. He can converse like we can converse, and it's constructive. If you take anything out of it,
Man, we
that's
got
not.
the
That's up to
weakest
you.
men. That's why we got the weakest community because we got the weakest fucking men. God damn.
That's ignorant.
Okay, go ahead, Diva.
Alrighty. Rock E. Shepherd, $5. This subject, reparations, is old and has been lost and debunked. Anyone with half a brain don't support this shit.
Appreciate the dono, Rocky.
Shout out to that. Chicago Gorilla, do you think we should not be having the conversation? Are you there, Chicago? I guess not. Okay, I don't know. I just think that it's weird that it bothers me sometimes when I keep hearing everybody say whenever a conversation it starts, if we don't have an echo chamber, it seems like people be wanting an echo chamber, and it just annoys me sometimes. Or no matter what the conversation is.
Echo chambers are shitty
we having
content.
a conversation about digging pussy. Somehow it says, so why are you here? Why are you having a conversation? It's always on my channel, it feels like. Or maybe I'm just over exaggerating because it's my channel. I don't know.
I mean, you're asking the question, so it's sort of invited. But I would have a question. for the people who don't think that you should have these conversations with white people around, do you believe that segregation harmed you?
Me personally,
well, no, because I don't think that you have that opinion. At least I don't get the impression that you do. You seem open to conversation. Du seems open to conversation. Everyone else seemed to want to implement more segregation.
Well, go ahead, tough man. You could attempt to answer it.
No, I like to make jokes. I hope that Dusty doesn't get mad when I come on his panel next time and say we shouldn't be having these conversations with black people up here like due diligence. Because like I can't even believe the words that are being said up here. Like, can you imagine me getting up on his panel and saying that? Due diligence? And saying, yeah, we shouldn't be having this conversation with a black person up here. Like, I couldn't even imagine saying
talk
something
about their
like that.
epigenetics.
That if anybody would even, if somebody said that
but you know what? Racism has been
lose my
redefined
mind.
to allow for racism. So
yeah, no, that's hearing that definition of racism earlier. The panel was full, so I couldn't get up there. I'm just like, I love how people out here move the goalposts. That's all I'm seeing is goalposts going all around. They get the and our black men are weak, and the white F word that sucks penises, and the blah, blah, blah. You are despicable human beings that are the reason why racism exists.
No, I absolutely agree that is an ignorant position. Like we up here to converse.
Is that the reason racism exists? Due diligence? Is that the reason? Is black people's ignorance the reason racism exists? Due diligence?
And then to come back and say, and be like, because we weak because we want to have the conversation is just an idiotic position. So
okay, and are black people the reason that racism exists? Is our ignorance the reason that racism exists? Due diligence?
No, you're
just people like you.
No. Lower, as in black people.
No, not due diligence. He's not the reason.
I'm not talking about that. Due diligence is black people's the reason. Ignorance.
No,
the
you're
reason
changing the goalpost
exists.
again. Lying imbecile. You personally, that's going around saying our black men are weak. Blah 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 blah.
Due diligence. I'm asking you.
No, I said your ignorance.
No. I said black people.
I said your ignorance.
So my ignorance is the reason that racism exists.
Just you.
No,
just you. You belong in a mental institution.
My ignorance is the reason that racism exists.
Ignorance, period.
No. My ignorance. I'm a black woman, so black women's ignorance is the reason that racism exists.
No, it's your ignorance that we didn't have a constructive conversation.
And so, how long has racism existed, dummy? Because I haven't been around as long as racism has existed, so I can't be the reason, you stupid motherfucker.
I didn't say that, by the way, and you sound more.
You did, you dumb motherfucker. You just said your ignorance. You just said my ignorance.
No, we tried to eradicate it.
Hold on. Let me navigate it. Boy. Hold on. So here's the problem. So 10th man said it, and due diligence, you agree with it. When whatever we said today on this panel, no matter what each individual actually said, racism was way before that. Racism was way before whatever was said today. So the fact that somebody could say that's the reason is just ridiculous for anybody to agree with.
So I didn't say that. I said her ignorance is why we can't have a constructive conversation.
No, that's not. No, I asked you several times.
Let me clear it up. Let me clear it up.
Quit talking over.
I'm talking over because you lying.
So the problem is that the person that you agree with didn't say that.
I was agreeing about her ignorance of having a listen. If I wanted to say, I would say it again if I said it. I wouldn't have no problem saying it. I'm saying what I said when I was talking about her ignorance. I was talking about her ignorance and having a black conversation. You're talking over me. If I would have said it, I would say it again.
You are lying.
I don't have no
I
issue
asked you, is my ignorance the reason for racism? And you came off mute and said yes a couple times. And so don't try to move the goalposts or switch.
No, he didn't, liar. Roll the tape back.
roll it back and I'll bet money.
Right.
I'll bet money.
She's a lying dummy.
Several times, and you said
And
yes.
she knows she sucks.
Right?
That's why she pays
right
so much to get put on panel.
Okay.
No.
So yes, honey. And we could rewind the tape because I asked you several times. I asked you first, is black people's ignorance? I asked you, is black women's ignorance? And I asked you, is my ignorance the reason for racism? And you said yes to several of those.
No, you said only just your ignorance every single time, liar.
Okay, so the problem is that whatever we said today doesn't have anything to do with racism.
She's not ignorant about gay sex, though. We know that.
So regardless of what is being said today, how much whoever aggravated you here today, that is not the reason for racism. It's not even close.
Don't have nothing to do with nothing. That's why I was talking about her ignorance. She's just off every time.
Okay, even if you say that, her ignorance has nothing to do with racism. Matter of fact, the past grandmother, if you want to say the past, the people that is OG Speed's age that was here before, because a lot of people said when his generation die out, that's when racism. Even them.
I'm not engaging in the racist part.
Let me just finish what I'm saying.
He's an idiot.
So even men of his age, men and women of his age, before them, hundreds of years before them, racism existed. So it is not smart for to say that because we are now expressing frustration from all of that racism, that we are the reason for it.
Nobody is trying to engage in that dumbass point. Like that was just stupid for her to say that. Like, duh.
Hold on.
You know what I'm saying?
He said it, dummy. He said it.
Hold on. Due diligence, 10th man said it.
Which part? Because I thought you was referring to what she said about is her ignorance the reason for racism. That's what I thought you was talking about.
This is why sometimes these conversations really, but I pay attention to way too many words.
Right.
And it aggravates the fuck out of me when I just hear bullshit all the time. And then it's okay.
Yeah, but I didn't say what she repeated to him.
That's fine. That's what I'm saying.
It was intended as a jab.
Right. Understood.
Okay.
So the problem at the jab is that when it turns into a literal conversation, when they say, yes, that is the reason why. So at one point, it was just between 10th man and Supreme Goddess. They was going back and forth. She's saying, eat a dick. He's saying, you are this. And they going back and forth. So that's fine, right? So they have their back and forth. They both grown. I'm glad that 10th man is able to deal with the fire, right? Okay, fine. But then when due diligence,
I am the fire.
If you can take a dick up your ass, you can deal with a lot of stuff.
That's right. He's more man than me.
Not ignorant about gay shit.
Right. So I'm just saying he's more man than me. He could take things that I can never take. Right. So regardless, he's able to handle those type of conversations still because clearly he done dealt with whatever he dealt with, oppression, fired, getting beat up, and fighting for his rights to possibly be married to his husband. I believe he said the husband. So regardless, when it turns,
I don't know where you're getting that stuff. I never said that, but okay.
I thought you said you had a husband.
Yeah, but I never decreed my fight for rights. I brought it up that a lot of people are oppressed. It's not by your average citizen like me or Dusty.
Mm-hmm.
We're okay with you getting reparations, but we want a larger percentage. Well, I can't speak for him, but I want a larger percent to come from like IBM or who, like the companies that made money off of this, that translated their money from the cotton firms into other corporations and stuff like that. If they're going to give you most of the money, aces, get all you can get. But if you think that the taxpayers of San Francisco should have to pay reparations to all the black people in San Francisco, that's absurd. That's completely absurd.
It would be absurd if you saying you taking our tax dollars out of it, right? But our tax dollars is in it as well, right? So the fact that you're already excluding us out of the tax dollars and you don't even realize that you're saying it or suggesting that is the issue, right? Because black people pay taxes as well. So to think that you are the only ones paying for it, we got to pay for our own shit.
But why should people that weren't involved in it have to pay anything?
Because it's the government's fault. So the government is the one that's supposed to pay it. The same way how we pay other things that has nothing to do with our country at all. It has nothing. They at least according to Donald Trump as of last night, they spent $8 million in just talking about gay rights in an African country that I have no idea how to even pronounce the name of. So if we are not going to be up in arms about that, then therefore it is okay.
But we are now because we didn't know about it then.
Yeah. And nobody's supporting that. Nobody's ever supporting that.
Hey man, I just want to say real quick, this is why we can't have conversation with y'all. Like dead ass. No. Look, I've been chilling. Let me just say this real quick. It's no point in having conversation with y'all when y'all whole conversation is saying, fuck what y'all talking about, agree with me. This is why it's never gonna be no progression with both of y'all. I hear what both of y'all saying on the panel, but it don't make sense. Y'all can't help us.
I am perfectly fine respecting that you and I have different opinions on the topic.
You're so how does disagree? How do we advance if all you're going to do is say I still disagree?
You can't advance with somebody like
if you're still saying I disagree. No.
Well, I'm not trying to address this with you. I'm not trying to
question.
How do we progress?
We're informing you.
How do we progress on the topic of reparations? We don't. That's where it ends.
Exactly. So why the fuck are you here? Like that's
what
I'm saying.
Now we go back to why you're here. I don't understand why
if I have an opinion, I should be able to
voice You know what? Since everybody have a problem with everybody being here, what's your final thoughts, Powder? Or we go around?
Thank you for having me up. You look tired, but you did great managing this shit show. PH Fatty, go fuck yourself. Some of you have been all right. Some of you have sucked. And thank you to the donors. There wasn't very many of you. You did a poor showing for white people, but the ones who did donate, I appreciate you.
Thank you. Good hypocrisy.
Sharon, thank you for holding space for hard conversations. I think this is day 3, so maybe tomorrow we can do something less political and just fun and silly, because you've been doing this and it's still taking a toll on you. So thank you, thank your kids, thank your family, because they're hearing all this. I appreciate you holding space for us, and I see it and I respect it.
Thank you. Due diligence, final thoughts.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation and I appreciate everyone's perspective. I appreciate you guys for letting me come up. I think it's a mature thing to do of you. You handled yourself well. You didn't go with a bunch of emotionalism. You let people have their points, and that's good. It's a good constructive space. I don't feel like we have to keep nobody out the space no matter what conversation we having. Like, we all adults here. People should be able to have they say, and if you disagree, so what? That's what we're here for. So I appreciate it. Peace.
Thank you. 10th man, final thoughts.
I'm just here to recruit weak hung black men for OnlyFans for my business.
Thank you. KT the GOAT.
Yeah, I only want to say I don't have no problem with who is it, but I will say if we're not making progress, even with what I think due diligence is saying, well, we to understand them, no, we've been around them for hundreds of years. If you don't understand them now, you ain't gonna understand them later. It is what it is. Everybody don't get it. But my grandma used to always say, hey, don't be showing out in front of them white folks. And I'm only even mad because I don't think, like what the ladies are saying, we is showing out in front of these white folks. If they telling us they don't agree with what we saying, well, now you ain't doing nothing but collecting information to destroy what we trying to be, as usual. So hey, look, I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't doing it. Fuck that. Everybody else can play their own games, but me personally, hey, you done show who you are. It's no need for us to have a conversation about it. And shit, I hope our black people can have more talks to make us progressive.
Chicago Gorilla, you there? Okay.
You know I'm trying to come off mute, man. God, duh. Hey, man, my final words is black power. Black power, man. Hey, you got a headache yet? Good. Good stuff.
Yeah, PFB. What's your final thoughts, sweetie?
First, drink peppermint tea. It's good for a headache. And then also, I enjoyed the conversation, and I don't know. I just have a certain viewpoint, and, you know, and so I already know who those people are, and I know how to deal with them. I would suggest a lot of us other Black people learn who those, but accept who those people are, and learn how to deal with them. That's it.
Deuces. We'll see y'all later. Make sure you hit the like and the share button. Leave a comment after the show. We'll see y'all in the AM. Hopefully everybody come back tomorrow in the AM. We'll have another show. Tough conversation.